Sorry, guys, we had an update yesterday. Okay, so thank you, Todd, starting us off. Thank you, Todd, starting us off. We're up thousands. Dang it, I was going to cash out of my SPY call. I missed it. I'm up 127 on my SPY call. Up $9 on AMC. Just cashed out of Apple in profit and cashed out one of my SPY calls in profit. SPY just filled the gap. SPY just filled the gap. Damn it, I should have got out of my call. And came back in. And then IWM, I might be cooked. IWM is just not doing what I needed to do. We're going to go ahead and cash out of our SPY call. So we're green. $423 today. I almost cashed out of my SPY call up here. We cashed out up here. We almost cashed out up here, dude. Now all I have is AMC, GME, and IWM. GME and AMC expire soon, so I gotta get rid of those. Is this saying I'm only down $202.50? I'm only down a couple bucks per contract on those. I might just keep those. I'm only down a couple bucks per contract on, I'm down 100 on IWM. That's killing me. If I wouldn't have that IWM call, I would have done so good today. I cashed out of Apple in the green. I cashed out of all my SPY calls in the green. Yo, thank you, Island. AMC earnings Monday. Yes, I have it. I have the tweet. Thank you for the 5-piece. Dude, IWM is poopy, bro. I don't know what's going on with it, man. This is my prediction. Thank you so much, Danny Lamb. I'm hoping we can get a push higher, but it already went to the 296.09 like I thought and pulled back. We have to get back above 295.77. Apple! Apple went even higher. Today is up, up, and away day. I'm thinking Nvidia. Apple boom, boom, boomed. QQQ's dying. My account wrecked. I'm at 3,500, down 5,500. I don't know what's going on. My calls ain't moving on that IWM pump. Dude, my call didn't move either, bro. IWM is scamming us. Yeah, my call's only worth $26, dude. Fucking scammed, bro. That shit cost me 134 bucks. If I didn't buy that IWM call, dude, I would be up $134. All my trades worked except for IWM. Apple worked, SPY worked. I'd be at 1,200 if I didn't open up the IWM contract. Hopefully it comes back, though. Hey, yo, guys, check it out. AMC's up. AMC's up, and here's why. The markets are pumping, plus AMC announces. What is this going to be? Q2? Yeah. Q2 earnings this Monday, July 20th, ladies and gentlemen. Get ready. It's going to be a banger, and it's going to get wild. Like and subscribe for more. Bro, I almost took profits on my SPY call right here, but I took profits up here. Up over 100 plus. Dude, the calls dated for days out print way more. AMC's at 210, y'all. We're up 12% on our AMC calls. And then we have these AMC calls that it's I think I'm only down $1.50. Yeah, I'm only down, dude, I'm about to be in the green on both AMC $2 calls, the July and August AMC calls. These calls are also about to be green. I gained 121% on these calls today. If AMC goes any higher, these calls and these calls will be green. Yo, this is sick. All my AMC calls are about to be green. Of course, AMC's $3 price target. I've been trying to tell everyone that. But yes, AMC did get an upgrade. But it's a $3 stock, dude. It's a $3 stock. Remember that guy hating yesterday said it was your last chance to sell AMC? He's mad as fuck right now because he be shorting AMC. He's getting burnt. The dude that was in the chat, you know he's getting burnt right now. He always comes around when AMC pumps and says, you better sell now. Dude, SPY hit my exact target, 755. I took profits right here at 755. Around 755.18, I took profits. So I took profits at my 755 target. I feel smart. I told you guys 755 SPY. I'm not giving up on IWM, but feel like I should get another SPY call dated for 2 days out. How much are they? Yo, thank you for the 5 bomb. Island going crazy. Thank you so much, Island, bro. $10 million short shares available to short cost of bar of 0.149%. I'm going to look at how much I call dated for tomorrow would be on SPY. I'm up $420. That's insane. Yo, Monday's gonna boom, baby. I wish my options didn't expire this Friday, but I got a set for August. So a 1-day SPY call is 220. A 2-day SPY call is 295. I might have to get the 2-day. Markets are booming, boys. Guys, can we get some hype in the chat for Island? Like, what are we doing? Let's get some hype in the chat. Island just dropped 3 5 bombs. Let's get some hype in the chat for Island, please. And AMC's up. Let's get some rockets. Let's get some hype. Wake up, people. Wake up. GameStop is also green. Let's wake up. PPI data came out good. It came out way better than the market expected. So this is bullish. The only thing holding the market down is oil right now. IWM pushed up a little bit. What's my break even on this thing? 297. I would need IWM to go really high. I'm at $445. I only need AMC to go a little bit higher and I'll be in the green on all my calls. On all of my AMC calls, if AMC just goes a little bit higher. We're up 15% on these calls. And we need just these to go a little bit higher. We're at 0.15 cents or 0.17. We need $2 more per call. 150 per call. Damn, I should have bought the dip on SPY. SPY is ripping. I was thinking about a QQQ call since it's beat down. I'm just a little scared. I think SPY can go higher, but I should have bought that call dated for tomorrow. That joint would be printed stupid already. IWM finally moving. Bro, if I go green on my IWM call, that would be insane. We're at 1,124. I'm still down $74 on that thing. Expires today. Yeah, SPY looks really good for upside. AMC 212, AMC 212, AMC intraday high 214, guys. SPY going back for 755. Unbelievable, ladies and gentlemen. SPY possibly going for a new all-time high. QQQ, if you bought the dip, you're up. IWM new high. IWM new high. IWM should pump. It's following my prediction perfectly, though. SPY looks like it's going to try to break 755 and hold. This is crazy. SPY is wild today. Apple is insane too. Apple's going full insane. This is the breakout. This is the breakout for Apple. This is the breakout. This was the test. This is the breakout. My call expired today and still made money. Oh, Meta looks really good. Markets are pumping today, boys. Bitcoin 65,000. Yo. The Bitcoin I bought. ETH is at 1.9. XRP is at 112. All that crypto I bought. Yo, IWM's really pumping. I'm almost up $500. 479. IWM's ripping, bro. AMC trying to hold the key level of 210. AMC's going to go for the gap. GameStop 2253. SPY trying to hold 755. If SPY holds 755, it could boom even higher. Damn, I should have bought the dip on that SPY, bro. Like I was thinking. I'm scared. I don't know how much higher SPY can go. Apple's going like new all-time high. Apple is insane. Apple's insane, dude. I think IWM can do 296.50, 297. If QQQ goes up anymore, it's going to push SPY higher. I want to do a SPY call right now. I think it will print. But my prediction has us topping out here, so I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait. My prediction has us topping out here, but if we hold 755, we're going to push up. It looks like we're going to go even higher. Apple went to 324.83. IWM's trying to hang on here. Bro, Apple hit 325. Bruh. Apple is a wild boy. Amy back to 205. Amy back to 205. We have 137 on YouTube, 10 on Twitch. Make sure you guys like and subscribe. Like and subscribe. Spy just boomed. All right, so IWM's having a hard time breaking the 296.53. I think Spy's going to top out a little bit and draw down. I'm going to wait for a dip and then try to buy a call. My prediction's tracking perfectly. All right, AMC getting a little bit of a pullback. I got rid of my IWM call. So we're at 1,106, up $437, 1,020 buying power. Green year-to-date P&L. Dude, look at that loss we took. Bounced right back. Still green on AME, but we need these other contracts. All we have is AME, GameStop, and that's it now. I think the market's going to pull back. That's why I sold. And just as I say that, the market dumps. That's funny. That's so funny. Prediction tracking perfectly. I think this might be the top. That was a double top on SPY. IWM still holding up pretty strong. What the fuck is up with MVTS? It's doing what Now did before. If Meta breaks 670.50, it's gonna boom. IWM trying to come back. SPY getting a vicious bounce. Amy should be able to hold 203 to 205. IWM, let's go. RSI is hot, but IWM should be able to push. Especially if SPY stays up. QQQ struggling. That's Warren. Elizabeth Warren. She's poop. Okay, if IWM breaks 296.50, it's going to pop. Amy at 202. Amy at 202. We need to hold $2. Bro, they stay with 10 million short shares. Damn, Google blew up out of that falling wedge. That was a play. I think SPY's going to pull back a little bit, guys. Who's trolling? Who's trolling? Get him out of here. Why is she arguing right now, bro? She's just bitchy. She got menopause. Are these people grown? These are grown-ass women and I think SPY's going to round out and pull back. IWM got a decent pop.
Thing. Possible that you may have had assets that were.
Wow, I just realized you couldn't hear the audio the whole time, guys.
As you became the nominee for the chairmanship?
Yes, I had earned assets over a long period of time and went over and above any ethics agreements and have sold or in the process of selling, have nearly completely sold everything that I had earned during that period.
Damn, if I held that call, maybe we could have cashed out green.
The equivalent of cash and T-bills.
So basically away from investments based upon the market and back to
I think I would need a little bit higher.
Yes, exactly right. I thought that was the prudent thing to do given the responsibilities and the importance of setting the tone at the top.
That was my target.
Culture is the big driver of a lot of things. And in my first 7 weeks, Senator, we're doing our very best in the best of the Fed's traditions to get the culture right, to get the strategy right, and to get policy right. And if we can do those things, all of which are to the left of the decimal point, might not be of such great interest to people that are trading on Wall Street, and I think the decisions we make to the right of the decimal point can be better.
Hopefully
so
Amy
we can do a better job of fulfilling the mandate you gave us.
Yeah, the ranking member had asked a question
bounce, but she might need to fill the gap.
Committee, Nikki Bowman, and you indicated that if there was an accusation being made
Dude,
as to an inappropriate
QQQ
meeting,
is
that
dying.
if the inspector general was doing it, that you were going to be hands off on it. Seems to me that that's pretty appropriate. Because if you would have gotten involved in it, the accusation from some members on this committee would have been that you were trying to influence it.
How is SPY so much stronger?
Can you talk a little bit about the
than
logic?
QQQ
Am
right
I on the right track with regard to the reasoning that you have
And this
for
makes me
allowing
feel
the
good that I
inspector
picked
general
SPY
to
calls
do the
instead of
job that they
QQQ because
were
I was like, all last
asked to
night
do
I
in
was
the
like, damn,
first
I should
place
have picked
by
QQQ
members on
calls.
this committee?
Yes, Senator, you're
Even though I coulda
exactly
got
on
out
the
this
right
morning.
track. I'll just say more broadly that my fellow governors, my Reserve
Okay,
Bank
QQQ
presidents,
is showing some serious,
they've received me
serious
incredibly
worries.
warmly. I admit that I show
might be
up
the top.
with a lot of ideas for reform in monetary policy and supervision, regulation, and payments. I've only been there a short while, for 7 weeks, but instead of an institution acting inert, what I've found is my colleagues are really open-minded to change. What I found is we're going to have a good family fight. I'm not imposing ideas. That's
joins
part of the
Uber
idea of the
Eats for
task force, as the
delivery?
chairman referenced. We're gonna try to
volume
be
is super
better at our
low.
jobs, fulfill our
HTZ
be
breakdown,
accountable, be
folded hands
responsible,
emoji.
and do it all with the utmost integrity.
It's
That's
because
my
of-
intention.
I
We're
got all
early
these
into
stupid
this. I don't want to
updates
prejudge
last
outcomes.
night.
We made a lot of progress in a short period of time, and frankly, I'm proud of it.
I like the idea that
Yo,
you're putting
thank
together
you for
working
the
groups. I think
two-piece.
that will give an opportunity for a fresh look at a lot of things going on. As
Can
I'll
you
share
guys
with
hear
on the
me? Can
phone
you guys
call
hear
earlier,
me?
It's not a matter of being necessarily vindictive or angry with previous chairs or previous members. It's a matter of making things better for the
Testing,
American people, and
testing.
that's
Can you
really
guys
what
hear
we're
me?
talking about today. So let me
Testing.
just, in the minute and 14 seconds that I've got left on mine, let me talk a little bit about Basel III in particular. I think you.
Nah,
as the
IWM is
chairman,
gonna pull
with
back.
respect to financial regulators, I think you've done a good job in terms
All right,
of your roles with regard to the
HTZ.
Basel III reproposal that was issued this March. The 2023 proposal would have substantially increased common equity capital requirements for Category 1 and Category 2 banks.
Ooh, this thing's
by
low, buddy.
approximately 19%.
Bullish
failing to
divergence
strike a
though. RSI
balance
trending up,
between
price trending
maintaining the
down.
resiliency of our banking system and doing
Probably
so
gonna
without
flat. It's
hampering
it's
lending.
already starting its
I think this
upside
is a really
process. It's probably gonna
critical
go up a little
item,
bit.
and, next to what artificial intelligence is going to do in terms of our productivity.
It's
I think
gonna
one
go
of
up
the
to,
biggest
like,
issues out there. With the June 18th comment deadline now
210.
behind us, are there
Two-
any other
two-
categories
225.
of feedback that you're weighing more heavily than others, such as the adjustments to leverage ratios or anything along
Bullish
that
divergence.
line?
RSI trending
And
up, price
if I
trending
could,
down.
Is there going to be a go live date this year sometime? Any idea when you
You
want
want
to
to see it break and hold
be able to talk about the when this thing's gonna go
218 to
public
be
for us?
bullish.
Senator, well, thank you for your question on supervision regulation. As I mentioned before, I've shown up with a lot of ideas for reform, not just in monetary policy, but in supervision and regulation too. When I was before this committee some 20 years ago, there was a
I think it's going to go up a little bit higher, pull back, and then you should see it go to like 225, 250.
And we should end up with a set of reforms in
Hims
the
is
United
pumping,
States
guys.
that
Hims
makes
bull flag
our
breakout.
financial system, our banks, safer, sounder, and more competitive. It is that competition which provides better and more agile credit to the real economy. The Basel endgame, Senator, is not America's endgame. I am happy to work with international regulators to try to find common views, but we're going to do the right thing for the U.S. economy. As you mentioned, we're out for public comment.
Yo,
I'll be
Neo
very
tracked
interested in the comments
perfectly.
before we go final with the proposed final rule.
Let me just say, this is already off to a good start. But we're going to stay around 5 minutes.
AMC getting a nice bounce.
Period. Thank y'all. Senator Reed, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Walsh, I want to see if I put
right, good
a
thing I didn't
cap
buy
on
that
this
SPY call.
discussion between
Good thing I
Senator
waited.
Warren and Senator Rounds. When will you disclose who brought your assets?
If IWM goes
When?
against SPY, that would be
I
crazy.
believe there's periodic requirements under the ethics laws, and I'll fully comply with them. I think the next reporting requirement is at some point in the next quarter or so.
And you will fully disclose who you sold your assets to?
I'll fully comply with the law and the ethics agreement.
Thank you. AI is making a huge impact on everything we do, particularly the banking system. And as you're aware, an interagency governmental group, Commerce, Treasury, Energy, et cetera, has authorized the major banks, the 8 major banks, to use Mythos to evaluate their security. Would you agree that it's important for all financial
I'm trying to find the bottom on QQQ so I can grab the dip and then get a recovery play.
They could analyze their operations for cyber vulnerabilities?
Yes, I think the broad financial system has new vulnerabilities with these new technologies. I wouldn't want to just isolate Mythos, though. The other large language models have rival products. The efficient frontier has changed even in the last month. But as these new models find their way more broadly, our banking system and frankly the Federal Reserve needs to do all we can to patch any vulnerabilities that we have.
What are you doing to ensure that these
Dude, I can't believe I'm up $432 today.
banking institutions have
$432 day.
AI tools appropriate as quickly as possible?
Yeah, so I share the sentiment, Senator Reid. We are not the
Apple,
deciders as
IWM,
to
and
who
spy
has
calls.
access, but I have not been shy in sharing my views with authorities
Yeah,
across the
IWM's pulling
government
back as expected.
about the vulnerabilities.
I should have sold at my
and have
target.
been asking for access, not just for the
Could
Federal
have got a
Reserve,
few
but
extra
for other
bucks. Still took a
institutions,
loss, but
to a whole range of
could have
these
got a few
new,
extra bucks.
artificial intelligence models so that they can protect themselves.
Maybe like, let me
If
see.
you said to me what worries you over the course
Maybe
of the
like
next
10 or
several
20 extra
months,
bucks.
I want to make sure that we're as protected as we can be from
Yeah, could
foreign
have got like
actors that
10,
want to
20,
do us harm.
maybe even 30 extra
Well,
bucks.
let me stay with AI, but change the focus a moment. Recently, Governor Waller and New York Fed President John Williams
Yeah,
have
SPY's
warned
about to
that
pull back.
AI investments may be increasing inflation.
Markets are about to pull
and
back.
Many economists have similar warnings. So are AI investments current drivers of inflation?
This is one of the good family fights. Let me give my own view on it, which might be somewhat nuanced from the way you just described it and some of my colleagues.
If SPY loses 753, that's extremely bearish.
AI, the supply shock of AI has an effect on demand and supply. We see the effect on demand much more quickly. We see it in the capital investment I referenced. We see it in the prices of chips that are going up. We're inferring, which is just a fancy word for guessing, when the effects will happen on the supply side of the economy. I don't view a one-time change in prices as necessarily being
Okay, if
inflationary,
QQQ bounces here,
because I think there's a supply response. In that way,
SPY
this
could
is
definitely
different
start
from
bouncing.
a foreign conflict and what it might do, which tends to reduce the supply
we
side
want to
of the
watch the
economy.
753 level
Will it
closely
increase
because if
measured
SPY loses
prices
this,
over
it's
the course
bearish.
of the
But if
next
it
12
stays
months?
above
I
it,
suspect
extremely
it will be.
bullish.
Whether that's inflationary or not, that's up to the Federal Reserve, and we're going to have something to say about that.
Okay. Now, one of the interesting things about our economy is becoming more and more productive. But one of the disappointing things is that household pay is not.
If I was a gambling man, I'd buy a QQQ call right here.
Productivity. And we're seeing less benefit.
It's a little bit of a gamble.
So what's driving this trend?
It's a little bit of a
It's
gamble. It's
great
not like an
question. I don't
extreme
have a
gamble,
perfect
but
answer to it. Like you, we
I mean,
think a lot
RSI is
about
oversold.
real take-home
bullish
pay.
hammer candle
The part
reversal
that the
set
Fed
pattern.
can do a lot about is the real part. If
It wouldn't be that
inflation
crazy
were
to buy a call
lower,
right here.
Real take-home pay would be higher. That's just the arithmetic.
Especially if it was
The
dated
other
for
question's
tomorrow.
a broader one, which is what are we going to see the productivity improvements lead to a surge in wages? Wages have moved up at a reasonable pace.
Okay, so SPY followed my
it's
prediction
likely
perfectly
that as
by coming
productivity
up,
moves
double
more,
topping
we should
here
see
at
wages
755
move
like I
more.
said it
Getting the
would.
timing
I
right,
said it would come to
understanding when that
755.
happens, that's a puzzle,
And now
it's a puzzle
SPY
we're
is
gonna
now
continue
pulling
to work
back.
on.
In the last 10 seconds, will AI eliminate jobs at a
I said we'd go to
catastrophic rate?
755.
So you're
754.
asking me to prejudge the task force. My short answer is over the long term, absolutely not. I believe that this
I
is
cashed
a
out my SPY
long-term
calls up
job
here.
creator, but will it be disruptive? And will some people have their jobs at jeopardy because of the new technologies? On that, I can't offer any sort of guarantee or comfort.
Senator Britt.
Yeah, vicious
Thank
double
you,
top
Mr.
on
Chairman.
SPY.
Chair, thank you so much for being here with us today. Certainly appreciate the opportunity to have a conversation, and obviously so early in your tenure
We're going to come down a little bit more, boys.
in this new role. In this year's monetary policy report, one of the most encouraging themes is the increased in business investment that we're seeing across the country. In Alabama and many places, we're seeing
I
companies
think we hold
expand,
755 or
manufacturers
753.
grow, and communities are benefiting from that investment. I believe that these are good signs and that they're also important for the future because they help us determine whether America remains the most competitive economy in the world. My question for you is, as you look at the economy, what data tells you that today's investments are laying the groundwork and the foundation for a stronger long-term growth and greater American competitiveness?
So it's a great question, and thanks for highlighting the capital investment boom. This is what most countries are searching for. This is the seed corn for the next group of job creation and productivity. To be honest, over the last dozen or so years, we have been waiting for the surge.
I think
in
now
business
would be a good
investment.
time to buy a
I know
SPY
in
call or
some
QQQ.
academic accounting sense, this is leading to a surge in price in the next 12 months.
It's a
I don't
little
wanna
bit
sound
risky,
dismissive
but
of it. The surge
if
in
it's dated
prices
for
is
tomorrow,
real.
you should be
But
fine.
I'd sure rather the most successful companies in the world.
Shit, I might hop
invested
in on
property,
QQQ.
plant,
I
and
know if
equipment
I
than
bought one
doing
right now,
share
I'd be fine,
buyback.
but
So I'm encouraged by it.
I don't wanna take too much
The
risk
trend is
today.
our friend here, and this business capital investment is contributing massively to the GDP we've seen in the last 12 months. My colleagues know I'm not big for forward guidance, but
I guess I could just
would
do a
guess
quick
that
flip.
trend
I have
continues.
$1,000.
What gives me optimism about it? Well, when the private sector deploys this amount of capital, they must see something shiny at the other end of that rainbow. They must see a very good return on investment. That's why they're taking this capital and they're putting it to work. I tend to think that private investment has a multiplier way higher than one. I'll let you and others judge whether that's true of government spending too.
I'm going to go ahead and switch gears because I know we're on a tight time frame today, which I appreciate. And I'm going to follow up on a question that the chairman asked. I'd like to get you to kind of dig into this. Some banks are already approaching and crossing into new tailoring categories, and they're making staffing and compliance and long-term business decisions based on thresholds that haven't been updated since 2019. At the same time, the Federal Reserve continues to rely on those categories and other regulatory frameworks. So my question is, how are you thinking about updating these tailoring frameworks when it comes to what banks can expect to see and proposals?
Yeah, QQQ bouncing.
So it's a great question, one I take seriously. To be candid with you and the chairman and the other members of the committee, monetary policy has distracted me a bit in the first 7 weeks, but the Federal Reserve chairman is supposed to be the chairman of monetary policy and payments and consumer affairs and supervision regulation. But I can tell you this, Vice Chairman Bowman has been working on these initiatives. She has briefed me
And
about
SPY's
them.
trying to hold
And
753.
broadly, I'll step back and say modernizing our banking system, streamlining regulations so that the rules that apply to the systemically important financial institutions are not one size fits all for every other. The secret to the American economy is we have a few thousand banks and other providers of credit who know their smaller markets bigger. I'd rather have that system than what most of our G20 peers have, where they have a half a dozen institutions implicitly backed by their government. I think reform is coming to supervision and regulation. I have my own ideas that might be as dramatic as I've already shared on monetary policy here. And I think the sooner we can get to the bottom of it, the better. If I could say one more thing, the reforms we've been putting in place over the last 15 years coming out of Dodd-Frank, as we learned in the Silicon Valley Bank example.
Yeah, that
First
QQQ
Republic
call flip
example,
would have worked.
They didn't work perfectly. My predecessors had very little choice but then to do another overall bailout. We don't want that to happen again. So we want to tailor the rules and the capital so they serve the best interests of the U.S. economy, which I describe as a system that is safe, sound, and competitive.
And I just hope, given what you've said, we double down on reviewing the framework. We know how important tailoring is, and also just the need for regulatory certainty. So thank you for that. In my last remaining seconds, I just want to say thank you for your commitment in the first.
Yeah, it might
7
just need to let
weeks,
RSI
almost
cool
2
down, that it
months.
could go up
You
a
said
little
it
bit,
earlier,
especially if
but
the
to
market
performance,
returns.
to accountability, to responsibility.
IWM
and
could
to
come back.
integrity. Appreciate what you're doing and look forward to continuing to work with you.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Walsh, it's good to see you again. 7 weeks in, you got a hell of a job. Inflation's still too high.
AMC at 203, AMC at 203, nice bounce off of $2. This is exactly what you want to see.
I'm going to come to an AI question.
Want to see GameStop at
only because I said to
22.50.
you yesterday, I didn't vote for you, but we're going to find a lot of common ground to work together. I am going to hold you, and I've been appreciative of your comments about
Amy at
inflation,
204.
about the Fed's independence, but I think there are many, many common areas we can work together on, and look forward to that. I want to hit, when one of the things that most impressed me in our first meeting was your recognition that probably the biggest issue you're going to face is AI. My 2 cents is, I think it is going to have long-term.
SPY keeps getting these huge bounces, but it
Very
keeps pulling
short
back.
term, I think you may see some upsurge in terms of
Bro, Apple's
energy production and
absurd.
data center build out. Years 2 through 5, 2 through 6, I think there could be massive economic disruption, particularly towards new college grads. It's policymaker's job, but if this is going to have the potential effect, I hope I'm wrong, but I'd take a bet with you that 3 years out, we could see 30% recent college grad unemployment. If we see that, what do you see as the Fed's role is in terms of urging your actions, but also helping us sort that out?
Senator, first of all, I appreciate it. I promised to this.
Don't say nice things about me. He's got me on a clock. Answer my question.
All right, good. Well, let me just say,
I do indeed.
Let me just say this. I appreciate that you haven't given up on me. I haven't given up on you. I haven't given up on your colleagues. I'm the independent head of a central bank. No matter how people voted, I'm going to be serving all of you.
This doesn't count against my time.
AI. Let me get to the core of your question. I am more confident that there will be a surge in output because the U.S. is at the cutting edge of AI than any certainty about the effect on the labor market in the next few years. The United States will be a winner. That is my informed judgment. But this is a time filled with both challenges and risks. We take both parts of our dual mandate seriously. Do I believe that the productivity improvements over time will be structurally disinflationary? I do. I believe everything technology touches ultimately gets cheaper. Your background, I think, would be consistent with that. What are going to be the effect on the labor markets in years 2 through 5? It's a fair question. The way I would frame it to you on college graduates, if you're a new college graduate,
Amy at 205.
AI is
Amy at
probably
205.
native to you.
Amy's
You've been
coming
playing
back.
with AI effectively since your high school
Perfect
years.
retest of
I
$2.
feel as though you likely have the skills and the intuitions the same way that people of my generation or younger were native to the internet. If you've already been in the workforce for a while and you're a little resistant to change, that's where the encouragement needs to be to think about how these skills can make you more productive. These are fair questions. I don't have easy answers, but I do have a task force that's going to be thinking about it.
We have to work together on, because if we hit this bump, and I think it's going to come, we got to collaborate. Now, Senator Reid asked a very good question about Mythos, and I 100% agree. Mythos is already yesterday's news,
Right.
because these models are coming out so quickly and they pose such security risks. I think it's incumbent, because of the risk it provides to our financial system, that at some point
Yeah, markets are going to
gonna
pull
be-
back,
I'm
boys.
happy to
Markets
be-
are going to pull back.
I think, personally, I believe we need some level of mandatory testing pre-release because of the potentially draconian and dramatic effects. Now, how long, who's on that panel is critical, but what do you think about pre-testing release regime going forward, more than just the voluntary willingness of a company to come forward?
Yeah, so 2 things. First, these models are in their capabilities are growing at an exponential rate. In technology, we would say hyper Moore's law. It wasn't long ago people sitting in my position thought that the U.S. was a time of secular stagnation. All the good stuff had been invented. Boy, that seems awfully anachronistic. We're moving fast. So what can we do? I don't have, as it currently structured, decision rights as to who has access. But I do have a bully pulpit, as you mentioned, and I'm unafraid to share my views with the Treasury Secretary and others. The cutting edge is moving very quickly. Key institutions are vulnerable. The sooner they can mitigate their vulnerability.
All right, guys, let's all laugh at this dumb hater.
I hope that you will be willing to advocate moving on.
His
beyond
name's
the
Jose
voluntary regime, because
Vasquez.
the downside risk. 12 seconds, quickly address the role of all of the Federal Reserve banks and your vision of what the role they should play.
So very quickly, I'll just say this. We should be good stewards of taxpayer money. We should be consolidating functions where we can. But my
Everyone
mental
laugh
model,
at this
Senator,
hater.
as I mentioned to you yesterday, is we should have 12
Hey, yo,
centers of
guys, check it
excellence.
out. AMC's
I've got more than
up.
12 problems
AMC's
on my
up.
plate.
Here's-
And if each reserve bank were to develop
Wow,
an
the
expertise
markets
on
are
something that
pumped.
matters
Yo,
to
what
our
is up, you
remit
all?
Check the
and
comments,
economy,
guys. Check the
I urge
comments.
them
Check
to
it out.
develop that
AMC's up.
advantage.
AMC.
Senator Ricketts.
Anytime you talk about AMC, you get haters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Walsh.
Yo, what
great
is
to
up?
see
You are
you.
back
Thank
for another
you,
meeting with
for
Day
being
Zero,
here, and
AMC and
congratulations
GME.
on your first semi-annual report. It's good to see you here again. We got some good news this week. Inflation was down, and that's progress. Progress under this administration and under your new leadership at the Fed. During the Biden administration, we saw reckless spending that drove prices up and left Nebraska families to foot the bill. In 2019, the federal deficit was roughly $900 billion, and by 2024, that was $1.9 trillion. And we saw inflation go up 20%, really stressing Nebraska families at the grocery store. Cleaning up this mess is going to take discipline, and it's going to take reform. Chairman Walsh, we discussed in our meeting also how to implement some reforms, such as process improvement. We talked specifically about Lean Six Sigma and the opportunity there. You promised to have a reform-oriented Federal Reserve, and we're willing to break up or make a break from some of the mistakes of the past. I commend you for that and want to work with you to see it through. One of the most important places to start is with the Fed's balance sheet, an issue I've consistently raised with other Fed governors. The Fed expanded its balance sheet dramatically during the pandemic, peaking at nearly $9 trillion. Since 2022, the Fed has shrunk it down to about $6.5 trillion in December 2025. And I'm glad to see that the Fed was making progress over the last few years, but the balance sheet is still not down to pre-COVID levels.
Trying to see if
The balance
QQQ
sheet
can
is
get a
rising
bounce
again
here.
and
If it
now
can,
stands at
SPY
about
will bounce.
$6.7 trillion today. Chairman Walsh, do you see the balance sheet increasing again as a trend in the right direction or the wrong direction?
Senator, thank you for the question. I've been focused on the Fed's balance sheet, frankly, since my last day at the Fed some 15 years ago into the present. I don't want to prejudge the conclusions of this balance sheet task force, where, as the chairman said, I put together a team of rivals to fiddle with it, to evaluate it, to come up with their own judgments. But I'll give you my predilections. Monetary policy is made currently through at least two material instruments: interest rates and the balance sheet. In fact, we grew the balance sheet, created quantitative easing when I served the last
Okay,
time
if
in
SPY
the
can
darkest
come
days of
back,
the
that will
crisis,
definitely help
because we already cut
IWM.
rates to zero. So
Like if
expanding
SPY
the
and
balance sheet
QQQ
had
start
the
to come
intent of
back,
helping markets clear,
and
but
they
it was
and
also
SPY
another
holds
tool of
753.
monetary policy. I still believe that is
And at the
true.
time, wasn't that supposed to be temporary?
Indeed, that was our entry
And it looks like
principle, was
AMC is
that
gonna
we
go
would get
back.
out of that
Dude, what a
business.
wonderful
The
day.
central bank has not, for a whole range of reasons, gotten out of that business. My general
Danny
view is, as
Lamb.
we think
NVTS
about
check, folded
inflation
hands
risks and
emoji,
we think about
dotted
the
as like
conduct of
now
monetary
again.
policy writ
Bro,
large,
it is like
the
now.
two
It's doing the
instruments that we should
thing.
be thinking about, the balance sheet is one
It's
of them.
doing the thing
I'll
where
make
it can't
only
go
one
up,
other
bro.
point.
Bullish divergence, falling wedge breakout.
Monetary policy needs
Bro,
to be
bullish
architected,
divergence,
needs to be designed
falling
by
wedge breakout. That means it's
policymakers
gonna
around
take
the
forever to
FOMC.
go up.
The plumbing,
So
the
if you got time on your
operations, how we
calls, you
do
might be
that
okay.
is conducted by the New York Fed. I want
Thank
the
you for the two-piece, bro.
architecture to
Look at
drive
the even the
plumbing, not
look at the
plumbing to drive
bullishness
the
on the
architecture.
MACD,
We're
bro.
gonna make a
The
monetary
bullish
policy
momentum's there.
decision
It
with
just needs to
respect the
go.
balance sheet.
I would wait
I'm
for it to
very
break and
open-minded to
hold
changes, and any changes we make will be
1370.
well shared.
So 14/1370. Wait for that. If you get that, then you can get a nice pop.
Balance sheet grow effectively for a generation.
How long you got on your
We'll have
calls?
plenty of time to adjust if we make changes.
I know you said you just wanted to make that one comment, but I'm going to push you to
And
ask
it's
a little
trying to
more.
be above the 20
What
moving
is-
average, bro.
What do you believe
It's
is
doing the
the
now.
smallest balance sheet that the Fed could operate?
Okay, those calls printed. The calls
My
I called out printed.
predilection, my inclination is interest rate policy should be the driver of monetary policy. The balance sheet should be as small as practicable to conduct operations. And the balance sheet can expand when there's a crisis. The balance sheet can also expand if an institution needs liquidity. That's part of the reason why we've created a discount window. But a permanently large balance sheet with a duration of assets that are larger than the duration of assets of treasuries, for example, that are held in the broader public markets, boy, that sure seems a little bit more like fiscal policy than I'm comfortable with. So I would like us to have a leaner, meaner balance sheet, but it's a discussion for my colleagues, and I've got three real pros.
Thank
that are
you
gonna
so
help us
much,
get
Danny Lamb, and thank you for the
I have limited
subscribe.
time, and I'm sure the chair will be happy that I'm going to maybe get done before it reaches zero.
Thank you.
But I do have a question I'll follow up with for the record on.
Thank you for the subscribe on
scams, because
YouTube.
This is something that the banking
And thank you,
industry
Danny
tells me
Lamb, for the
increasingly
2-piece. We'll
seeing
keep an
as
eye on
it's,
NVTS for you.
people who deposits a lot of money. So I'll follow up with that.
Senator, we're opposed to scams, but I'm happy to follow up.
Good to hear. Good to hear. This is great. Senator Van Hollen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Chairman, we agree on that point. Let me turn to the headline inflation numbers that came out yesterday at 3.5%, above the Fed's 2.2%.
I also think
target.
NVTS
Prices
oil
are too
hurts
high
it a
for
lot.
families, and we need to get them down. I think we can agree on that. At your press conference a few weeks ago, you said that higher inflation, in part, and I quote, reflects supply shocks that have driven
Damn,
price
IWM
increases
almost
in
hit
certain
297.
sectors, including energy, unquote. In other words, a reason that we're seeing prices go up is that the supply of products and services has dropped in some areas of the economy, right?
Yes.
And I do think it's important that the public understand the causes of some of these supply shocks. You would agree, would you not, Mr. Chairman, that the war in Iran has caused a supply shock in the energy markets?
Yeah, the military conflicts have caused the price of oil to be higher than it otherwise would.
Absolutely right. And Americans are paying the burden of that as we go. We've also seen supply shocks in other areas. Last year, your colleague, Austin Goolsbee, president of the Chicago Fed, said that, and I quote, "A tariff is like a negative supply shock," unquote. And we've seen plenty of tariffs. Obviously, we have the Supreme Court decision that may bring those down over time, the impact of it. But the negative supply shocks have been real and can be traced to the Trump administration agenda. So when you say that supply shocks are part of the reason prices are going up, you would acknowledge that they're the result of decisions that have been made by the president. Like
I'm trying to wait for QQQ to bounce, because if
What I'd
QQQ
say
bounces,
is,
that's going to signal that
particular
SPY's
price
bouncing, and
shocks
then I'm going to
happen
go
particular
long on the
prices
call.
that we don't have control over, but I don't want to suggest we don't have control over inflation in the medium term. That's our
IWM
job.
RSI is kind of
That
trending
screw worm
down.
affects beef prices. Other things that affect oil prices and milk prices, and I understand that has an effect on people's household budgets.
Indeed, it does, and I think we've seen the price of energy go up by billions and billions of dollars, and the American people are essentially paid for that at the pump and
SPY
other
looks like
places
it's going to
in
try to
their
hold
pocketbooks.
753.
As you know, your predecessor as chairman was regularly harassed and berated by the President of the United States on social media with respect to
Picked up a
interest
few more
rates. At least so far, you seem to
NVTS on
have
smalls.
escaped, that fate. But I do think
MVTS
it's
or N?
important that we have an understanding of whether or not the president is trying to influence Fed conduct. I know you were asked recently at your last press conference.
Bro, Meta
about
just
any
broke that
communications
level.
with
It's
the
about to
president.
explode.
I think your response was, on the president, I don't have anything for you. Mr. Chairman, was that a yes or a no with respect
You guys dare me to go
Fed
long Meta
communications
call?
with President Trump?
So I like what I said the first time. Senator, I don't have anything for you. I will say this, though. I do meet with the Treasury Secretary weekly. I talk to him often between that.
Mr.
And I'll,
Chairman, I
co-
just
and
want
I'll,
to make
and
sure
I'll make my own decisions as monetary policy.
I just want to understand the answer.
Mm-hmm.
Have you or have you not had communications with President Trump since you took this position?
I just don't want to be in the business of sharing discussions that the president and I have.
Okay.
I will tell you what I've said to the president repeatedly and said to the Treasury Secretary. They chose an independent guy to do an independent job, and that's exactly what I plan on doing.
Okay.
And I'd like to think over the last 7 weeks, given the decisions we've made and the things we've done, that it's not just words, it's actions now to start to demonstrate that.
So, Mr. Chairman, I mean, I think it's important. I take from your answer you've had communications. You don't want to disclose the content. Will you commit to do what your predecessor did, which was to release your appointment schedule and conversations with President Trump?
I don't know what the past practice was. I will be in full compliance with the law. As I understand it, there's an ongoing FOIA request on my calendar, and I will share it consistent with the law.
Well,
I
this
believe
was-
the first one's already come out.
I think this was this wasn't in response to, any legal requirement forced by FOIA. It was a question of transparency. And I do think, given the president's past record of trying to influence Fed behavior via social media, with respect to your predecessor, if he's trying to influence Fed behavior through private conversations with you, I think that needs to be something the public is aware of. And I'm asking you whether you will commit to disclosing when you have conversations with the President of the United States.
Senator, I can offer you this assurance. The President has not, before I took this office, before I raised my right hand, he has not tried to influence the conduct of monetary policy. And if he tried to, I would continue.
Guys,
to keep my
like
head
and
down do the
subscribe.
job.
Like and
I don't have a long
subscribe.
record, but I've got a 7-week
IWM
record, and before that, I had a
296.84,
25-year
bro. I
record.
could have
think I
cashed
can
out in the
count for
green.
something.
I appreciate that. I hope you'll just follow the precedent your predecessor.
Senator Kennedy, the floor is yours.
NVTS did just bounce nicely.
Well, Senator Van Hollen's my buddy, so I don't, this is not meant toward him, but I always get a kick out of my Democratic friends talking
Might be time
about
for those calls.
transparency. You know, toward the end, God bless him, you could bake a Thanksgiving turkey in the time that it took President Biden to walk across the stage. And they kept it quiet till they couldn't. I'm sorry he was in that condition, but this transparency stuff cuts both ways. What's wrong with you talking to the President of the United States?
So, Senator, I've got a wide lens. I'm interested in hearing points of view from a whole range of people. We have a narrow remit. I'm interested in what's happening in the world, in the Middle
But I
East
mean,
and
is
elsewhere.
there anything wrong with it? Do you have to, when you do it, do you have to like go out and look
Spies
for a
about to
last
bounce.
phone booth in Washington and put a bag over your head and sneak in there and call him? Or return his call? Is anything wrong with that?
I certainly don't feel uncomfortable receiving a call from the chairman of this committee or the President of the United States.
Okay. You think Ben Bernanke ever talked to the president?
When I was a governor, I recall several conversations and
How
frequent
about Alan
meetings.
Greenspan?
When I was a young staffer in the White House, I remember being honored by him coming into the White House
Yo.
and meeting with the president and the president's advisors quite frequently.
Okay. I think what I would give me concern. and I
IWM
have
is going
explanations from
hard,
my
bro.
colleagues' concern is that
It looks really
you
good.
just do whatever the president says, but you're not going to do that, are you, or are you?
Senator, I'm going to call it the best
I can't
see
believe it just hit
The
297.
president never asked me to do anything inappropriate, and if he did,
I actually
wouldn't
did
do
say
it.
296,
Follow the law
297. I
and
don't
do
know
my
why I
best
said
to
I can't
follow the
believe it,
remit you
but
gave us.
Okay,
Damn.
so in the last year or so, recent past, I'll say, the Fed cut rates 3 times because they were worried about the labor market. Is that a fair assessment?
That's my sense of what
And
they did
it
before my
worked.
arrival.
It worked, correct?
Well, that's a longer discussion. They did
Well, is
cut
the
rates.
labor market in a mess today?
The labor market's in good shape, but
Yeah,
I wouldn't want to
okay,
draw
so
that causal connection.
QQQ
I
is
love
also
you too,
up.
Mr. Chairman, I love you like a taco, but I'm on. Yeah, you don't filibuster on me. So it worked. Okay. Now we have inflation. Okay. What caused it in 20 seconds?
In 20 seconds, inflation is caused when a one-time change in prices broaden out.
I know what inflation is.
And the
Mr.
Federal
Chairman.
and the
Tell me
Federal
what
Reserve
caused it.
monetary policy, sir.
Okay. Well, I would say what is causing it is AI.
You said AI.
The conflict with Iran.
Iran definitely causing inflation.
And probably the residual effect of the fact that some imports have become more expensive. Okay? And I think any fair-minded person would conclude that. There was a lot of economists said, the impact of inflation on the rise in the cost of imports would be a one-shot deal. You can teach that one around.
So AI.
I don't know. I think it's probably had a residual effect. Okay, is it temporary or is it permanent? The inflation.
It's not going to be permanent under my watch, Senator.
Okay, what are you going to do about it?
So we're going to do 3 things. One is for those people in markets that think the Fed really was comfortable with a higher level of inflation, we're doing our best to disabuse them.
Okay, you're going to talk about it. What's the second thing you're going to do?
We're going to take ownership of it. We're going to say we have the power to do something.
Okay, you're going to own it.
That's
What's the third thing you're going to do?
We're going to look at our tools in the changing economy, both balance sheet and interest rate, and see whether we need to adjust policy to take it head on.
You're going to look at your tools. That's the third thing. I'm not asking you what action the Fed's going to take. That would be improper, Mr. Chairman. I wouldn't do that, and you wouldn't tell me anyway. Give specifically, like you're talking to a 10th grader, okay? Not. What are your options? Leave it alone, right? Leave rates alone. This is one option.
That is an option, Senator.
Raise rates.
Another option.
Cut rates.
A third option, a non-exclusive list of options, but yes.
Well, and a lot of it depends on whether it's temporary or permanent. So how do you decide whether it's temporary or permanent? I got that in with 6 seconds left.
Well done.
You use 5 task forces to get to the big and hard questions instead of trying to paper it over with policies that have not been proven as successful.
Senator Cortez Masto.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Marsh, good to see you again.
Nice
Thank you
to
for
see you,
meeting
sir.
with me.
Thank you.
You've talked about the task forces. What's the timeline for getting reports from the task forces?
So I'm not a very patient person. People have said that to do all this good work, you'll need years. I gave them 6 months.
Wonderful. Thank you. And that will be made public?
Yeah, the details, even much of the deliberations, I want to do that in the public square because we all own these decisions at the end of the day. Ultimately, decisions will be made by my FOMC colleagues. I think they'll start to get briefings on some of the early reports from the task force, early indications, hopefully as early as September, with my expectation, hope by year end, we're going to hear their conclusions and decide what to do with it.
Thank you. And then just for clarification, in January of 2025, do you recall the inflation rate? It was about 3%, correct?
I'm going to have to take your word for the precise number, but I knew inflation was still well above target.
Yeah, it was about 3%, and that's when Joe Biden left office. And the current inflation rate right now is about 3.5%, is that correct?
There are various measures. I'm confident in telling you it's been above target for 63 months. It's
Is it
not where we
above
want it to be.
3%?
By some measures, by other measures, it's not. But I don't want to suggest I'm happy with any of those measures. I'm not.
Okay, I appreciate it. Let me talk a little bit about an area that is important for me, and I think many states that deal with a hospitality tourism industry. Unfortunately, under this administration, we've seen significant declines in the number of international visitors to the U.S. The current situation has actually led to our travel trade deficit in this country going from a $51 billion surplus in 2019 to a $72 billion deficit today. How does the Federal Reserve governors consider the specific impact of higher unemployment, lower wages, and reduced economic activities in communities with large tourism economies like Las Vegas?
So we are consumers of this information. We are keenly interested in the good side of the economy and the services side of the economy. My view, which is not universally shared in the economics profession, is that there's no limit to what this economy can grow. Productivity-led growth can move higher, and that doesn't tell me it's inflationary. But we care about the services part of the economy.
Trying to see if QQQ can come
into
back.
account when we try to make decisions.
I did
about
go
the
long
mandate.
QQQ
Well, I
call.
appreciate that because you're right. Your dual mandate is maintain stable prices and full employment. Let me tell you what's happening in the hospitality industry because of the policies of this administration. When you talk about full employment, it is not happening. What I am hearing from people in my state is that it's not necessarily full employment with good wages and livable wages. They're patching together multiple low-wage jobs because they are taking down from full
All right,
employment
QQQ
to
is
part-time
wild.
employment. Do you consider that in your analysis, going from full-time employment to part-time and many individuals
have made
having
a mistake.
several part-time jobs? How do you calculate that into your analysis?
So we think hard about it. You heard in my opening statement the clear judgment of my colleagues and me, which is the labor market broadly looks in balance, but I don't want to make that sound like it's easy for hardworking Americans in your state and other places. There's a lot of dynamism happening in the economy. There's a lot of structural change. And during periods of transition, it's often true that the labor markets in aggregate look better than people feel in different parts. And during disruption, they try to recreate a job they had before through the gig economy and other means. We take it into account. Overall, I would say the labor market part of our mandate looks pretty good. The price stability
But I hit
part
my
of our mandate looks
755
less good.
target and
All
pulled
right.
back
And
almost
I'm
immediately.
concerned
It did
because
lose
not just
753
Las Vegas,
just
but
now.
many tourism-based industries and
Could be a little bit of a
hospitality,
top.
What we're seeing is lower full employment. And I would hope, and this is a conversation I've had with previous chairs as well, I would hope that you're considering that. It is a large sector of employment across the country. And I know you made a statement that rise in prices is not necessarily inflationary, correct? At what point do you consider it to
IWM
be
also
inflationary? Is
pulling
there
back
time
pretty
frame
hard.
associated with that?
Markets are now
So when an
shifting.
increase in prices in a particular category like oil or like milk or eggs, when we see that broaden out and affect the generalized price level, that's something we can do something about. That's the way I think of inflation. When prices go up, I know it hits your constituents every day. I'm not trying to sound dismissive of it, but I also don't want to say that there's much that we can do about cattle prices or milk prices today. But there's a lot we can do to make sure that the entire grocery aisle doesn't have higher prices, and that's what we're committed to do.
Thank you.
Senator Haggerty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Warsh, on July 18th, almost a year ago today, President Trump signed my legislation, the Genius Act, into law. A thorough rulemaking process is absolutely vital to ensure that U.S. dollar dominance exists here in the digital age. And I look forward to seeing the Federal Reserve's ongoing work in this matter. I just want to make that point clear. It's important, needs to be done, and very much appreciate the Fed's attention to it. I want to turn now, though, to a broader concern, and that has to do with the independence of monetary policy. You've had a number of conversations with my colleagues about this. I want to emphasize something that I think is quite important. The special insulation that the Fed receives with regard to monetary policy, I think as far as I'm concerned, it shouldn't extend to every other function of what the Fed does. I think it should be limited to monetary policy. For example, you think about bank regulations and supervision. That's entirely distinct from monetary policy. Regulation requires normative policy judgments about capital, about credit availability, about risk, economic growth, the structure of the banking system. All of these considerations need to roll into it. And you think about what's happened in recent years, regulation has even strayed far afield. You think about what's happened with respect to climate policy, or Michael Barr's failed Basel III proposal. These decisions are not the same as setting interest rates or managing the Fed's balance sheet. And quite simply, I think they're forms of executive regulatory power. The Supreme Court has clarified, for example, that the FDIC is subject to ordinary principles of executive accountability. Comparable regulatory.
Amy's coming back, dude. I'm trying to tell you, Amy's going to go back. Amy's going to go back.
In the central bank. So my question is this, Mr. Chairman.
She's tracking perfectly.
That the Federal Reserve's independence should be narrowly tied to its monetary mandate.
Senator, thank you for the question. Like you said, independence.
Market's getting a
is at its
decent
peak in the
bounce.
conduct of monetary policy. I believe that when I showed up at the Fed in 2006. I believed at my confirmation hearing 7 or 8 weeks ago. I believe it now. In the conduct of bank and regulatory policy on things like the Genius Act, my general view is we should be working with our bank regulators, the other bank regulators, the OCC and the FDIC, see if we can't put out our rules together.
We want to see Amy above 205.
Arbitrage, where firms are trying to game.
Want to see
government
Amy above
legislation regulation
205.
race there. I don't think there's anything wrong with us working together with other bank regulators to try to figure out what's the best policy. I've got some extraordinary colleagues at the Fed. They've been able to think hard about these issues. I think those discussions should happen and do happen.
I don't disagree at all with that, and I like your approach in terms of coordination, but there's something deeper that I'm concerned about, Mr. Chairman, and that is, and just make an example, let's suppose a future Congress decides to embed some sort of regulatory function inside the Fed, seeking to insulate it from our supervision, from our oversight. In some way, that could become a backdoor that I don't think any of us want to see. And what I'm trying to make clear is that beyond monetary policy, I'll ask you the question. Do you think that this special insulation applies to other regulatory and supervisory types of functions?
So I spent 8 weeks as a summer associate at a law firm, so I'm probably not best positioned to opine on the Supreme Court. Senator Warren could do a better job than I. I do recall in the most recent opinion a footnote.
Amy coming back nasty. Amy coming back nasty.
We are not suggesting
She's about to
that
get
if
Greenback
other
D
things
5 minute.
went to the Federal Reserve, it would get any insulation. Beyond that, I'm on shaky ground in trying to opine on what the Supreme Court opinion means prospectively.
Yeah, I wasn't looking for your legal opinion, but I do just think as a matter of common sense, I wanted to get that on the record, that there is a real distinction here, and I appreciate that. I'm going to turn to another important matter, and that's the monetary policy report that you work with. The most recent monetary policy report added a new aggregate to the measurements, the M2 aggregate. And I just wanted to ask you to explain why this metric is useful and why it's been added.
Thank you, Senator. That was an Easter egg that we hid in there to see if anyone read these monetary policy reports. So I'm encouraged that you did. There is almost a page talking about M2 and monetary aggregates. That was done
We need to
with
see
a
Amy break
purpose.
and hold 205.
I do not show up here as a monetarist. I do not show up and say the secret to inflation is if we only knew M2, everything would be swell. But monetary aggregates had been taken out of the monetary policy report probably about a decade ago, maybe a bit longer. My view is that a modern central banker should have a mosaic of information and should not be allergic to any data that happens to be inconsistent with dogma that he or she might have been taught in Econ 1. I have this old-fashioned view that monetary policy has something to do with money. I remember an old professor of mine that said, who was a proper Keynesian economist, he said, well, I don't understand how to think about inflation in a place like Zimbabwe without talking about money. So I think money matters. What we witnessed when we looked at some of the monetary aggregates is they are not perfect. We don't measure money very well. We don't measure the velocity of money very well. But it's a pretty good cross-check. And had we seen the surge and paid attention to the surge in inflation and money in 21-22, we might have seen this problem sooner. I apologize, Mr.
Senator Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Ranking Member. Chair Warsh, welcome to the committee. So you may know that Minnesota Senator Hubert Humphrey, who's once held the seat that I now occupy for Minnesota, led the charge in Congress to include maximum employment as part of the Fed's dual mandate. And we can probably agree that keeping these two goals of maximum employment and stable prices within the confines of the monetary policy power that the Fed wields, that just makes sense. Because it's a strategy that delivers stable prices, a strategy that delivers stable prices while working people can't find jobs or can't afford their lives. I mean, that's not a healthy economy. I expect you to agree with that.
And I do. Thank you.
So I was very interested in the task forces that you established last month to advise you on reform and modernization. And I want to just ask you about one of them in particular. You've created a task force looking at productivity and jobs. And that's really good, it seems to me. This task force should be able to get at the power of the Fed's dual mandate and ask also some of the big questions that everyone is asking about the power, the impact of AI on wages and people's income and employment. So let me just ask about this particular task force on productivity and jobs. So as I understand it, it is led by three people, venture capitalist and investor Mark Andreessen, who's made billions from AI and is a major Trump donor, another tech executive who recently laid off thousands of people, and then an academic economist from my alma mater, Stanford University, who is currently on leave to do research at Anthropic. So I want to ask about this. Is there anyone on the task force who has experience in the labor market, or somebody who can bring the perspective of an employer rather than an investor to the questions that are going to be asked and hopefully answered by this task force?
So if I could say two things. One is those three people you referenced.
Amy, come on, do it.
People that I know, and I've been.
And I'm not disputing that. I'm wondering how you intend to bring into this work the perspective of people who are working people, bring in the perspective of labor and not
Amy
just
205, dude, she's going to do it.
Question. I've got 18 colleagues who are going to join me and consume the deliberations they have in the report. and we're the ones that have the dual mandate. And as I said to your colleague, there is no disfavored part of our mandate, and we're awfully focused on full employment. So that's my commitment to you. We haven't outsourced this decision to 3 people. What we've outsourced to is a bunch of thinking about this massive technology shock. And I'll only note one other thing. Chad Jones, that professor that you mentioned, his academic work, he's an academic, I'll admit that. But
And I'm not opposed to that. I'm just trying to figure out.
But his academic work has been very, very focused on what is the effect of the labor markets of these technology shocks, both the good and the bad. And I think that history he can bring to bear to the work of the task force.
So can you understand why a task force that is led by people in large part who are likely to get richer by AI might not be the most credible people?
QQQ getting a bounce. QQQ getting a bounce.
The work who are worried about what impact
I'm hoping
this
QQQ
AI
goes back to
is gonna have on their jobs.
717.50
And there's the concern,
so I can
of course,
cash
is that
out.
the productivity that is expected to be delivered by AI, if that actually happens, that the benefits of that productivity are going to accrue to capital and not to labor. And that, it seems to me, the credibility of this task force rests on hearing the perspective of working folks in their deliberations.
I would expect before they come to their conclusions.
Looks like
they
the
going
markets
to
are gonna
hear from
bounce.
Folks that will be affected. They are going to hear from employers that are getting struck with this technology shock and have disruption of their labor force. But I don't want to suggest to you that in any of these task forces that we have the 19 people of all different backgrounds. But what I want to tell you is if you think they have a credibility deficit, I don't. I think they're incredibly talented. And we will make sure to take both parts of our dual mandate in consideration of their output.
I think the issue, sir, is that when there are the big guys sitting at the table, is there anybody sitting at the table who's bringing the perspective of working people to those really important questions? There are labor leaders, there are labor economists, there are folks whose expertise is in issues around wage stagnation and how that impacts working people. And I would ask you to consider bringing that perspective, not to be heard on the side, but to be actually at the table with the big guys. I think that is a credibility issue that you could address very easily. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Tillis.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I think you're doing a great job today. I appreciate your composure. Mr. Warsh, a quick question on just immigration. You know, some people are proudly discussing how we had almost net zero immigration in the last quarter, but we're starting to look a little bit like China, Japan, European countries in terms of.
All right, QQQ looks like it's going to get a decent bounce.
In terms of natural replacement rate. So
and then SPY also looking good. I'm in a SPY call and QQQ call.
For an extended period. How would that change your estimates on GDP?
QQQ for a quick flip if we can get to the 717.50, 717. And then SPY, I have data for tomorrow.
I think Senator Cortez Masto's question too about jobs unfilled, but just curious.
Thank you, Senator.
QQQ is wild. These calls move
the way I think
insanely
about
fast.
Policy is set by
Yo,
the administration.
Apple,
yeah, I mean, I don't
bruh.
talk about policy. What I'm trying to do is communicate to the American
Apple
people.
is insane.
We can make the mistake of Western Europe, Japan, and other industrialized nations, or we can fix this population growth problem. If we don't, these are policies, then how does that make your job more difficult if we were to sustain the current trajectory?
The way those decisions affect us is it affects potential GDP. The biggest, hardest decision we make is what can this economy produce? How fast can we grow? Potential GDP.
All right, we're looking good on QQQ. Possibly getting ready to cash out here.
People in this country working.
But just in a word, because I want to ask a few other questions.
And then second, productivity.
Yeah. At the end of the day,
if the worker hours are constant, we need a productivity boom.
Just a real quick question. Would you be thrilled to know that we could guarantee zero net growth for the next decade because that would make your job easier?
We're going to take the number of hours the American people and your policies produce, and we're going to do with it the best we can.
We got a problem. You can't fix it. But what I'm saying is if we're trying to make your job easier, having this on the agenda is not going to make your job easier. And I understand the position you have to take, but I want to point to something that people are high-fiving and talking about net zero immigration growth as if it's a good thing.
And then
It's
Amy
only a good
coming
thing
full
if you
back
don't
as
repeat the
predicted.
mistakes
Amy
of
coming
Western
full
Europe,
back as
Japan,
predicted. She's up
China, and
5%
other
on the
nations
day.
that didn't get their
She was
replacement
green
rate
yesterday,
right.
about
Bringing in,
10%.
Great people that may have been
Let me see,
born
hold
in
on. She was green
Colombia,
yesterday,
aspired to become a senator, for
4%,
example. Those sorts of things.
4.81, and she's now green 5.10,
I mean, didn't
heading
get it right
towards the
every
gap
time,
fill.
but no.
AMC earnings is going to come out Monday,
Mr.
guys.
Walsh,
Make sure you guys
I
like
told
this
you
tweet, by the way. Help me
also,
out.
And just for the American people, do you have a magic wand where you can just walk in and convince 7 people of the FOMC to vote exactly the way you want them to?
Perhaps I wish I do, but I do not have such a wand.
So you are one of a body where you have to gain consensus to make an interest rate move, right? Monetary policy move, right?
Yes, and it's a consensus-led organization.
And based on some of the comments from even Governor Waller, who we'd consider to be pretty hawkish just this week, he's not guaranteeing that we're going to be able to lower interest rates anytime soon based on data-driven decisions. Did that just occur this week in a speech, I think, up in New York?
There are a diversity of views. I wouldn't want to dwell on any one of them in particular.
No, it's okay. But what I'm trying to explain to people who think the president can give you a call, you make a decision, it happens, that never happens. Wouldn't have happened under Powell, wouldn't happen under you, wouldn't happen under anybody who's responsible chairman. I just wanted to make that point. The last thing, if you could just tell me, I know you don't want to get in. I think Senator Britt asked you some questions. I love the fact that you're doing reform. I would like to see the project charter for the task forces, if you have that. If people are managing this, milestones, any sort of dashboard you have, the things that any well put together set of task forces would have assembled for a 6-month project. I'd like to just track it, not necessarily for the record, but if you could commit to have a meeting with the people running it with me, I'd like to see that just to watch the mechanics play out over the next 6 months. And then lastly, if you can, I believe Silicon Valley Bank is a classic example of why the Fed needs to have its independence on monetary policy, but on bank examination and supervision, I believe a U.S. senator should minimally be able to go into a SCIF and understand why banks like Silicon Valley Bank had multiple matters requiring attention. And
Spy and IWM pop, spy and IWM pop. Let's go.
Well before they failed.
Or spy and QQQ. I mean, spy and QQQ.
Examiner and likely people in San Francisco, in the San Francisco Fed. That stuff has got to change. I don't see any rational basis for that independence, and we've got some legislation I'd like to talk with you about. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
The chair
Got to be green on my
recognizes Mr.
QQQ call.
Well, thank you so very much, Madam Chair. The American economy is heavily leveraged on the success of artificial intelligence. And this is an issue that I'm very interested in, been engaging and talking to folks in the industry and folks outside of the industry, various stakeholders. According to a Bloomberg analysis, AI spending most recently climbed to about 8% of the U.S. gross domestic product, driving the country's economic growth. Chair Walsh, you have long been bullish on AI. However, up to now, despite investors betting big on them, none of the major AI models have been meaningfully profitable. What are the consequences to our economy if none of these companies ever become profitable?
So if they were to disappoint
Spy just got a
investors,
fat
I think
bounce.
the capital markets would dry up for them, and some of that capital investment would be curtailed.
I'm up on my spy call, but down on
I guess
QQQ.
that's one way of putting it. I guess I'm getting at where ordinary folks are in the midst of that. The markets, behind the markets are real people.
All right, IWM looks like it
who
might
have
pull back a
retirement
little bit,
savings
unfortunately.
and, who are trying to make their present as well as their future work. American retirement accounts are increasingly tied to AI. And so there's the human issue, driven by massive increases in the stock prices of chip and AI companies.
Amy's at
unite.
207,
About
bro.
The current markets, in a way, it's tall and narrow. Let's imagine if we are in an AI bubble. What would happen to our economy?
I would get shares, but they move too slow. I would need like 1,000 or more.
Retirement savings if that bubble popped?
So I think it's a fair question, Senator. I take it seriously. I'm not in the business of providing a Wall Street newsletter, but I'll say broadly to your question about the effects on the economy. Booms and busts do not help the real economy, and they don't make the central bank's
Apple just
job
hit 326.
What the central
What
bank
is happening?
trying to achieve is price stability, full employment, all in the context of financial
What is
stability.
happening to Apple?
On the question of these AI companies, certainly the surge in their investment and the surge in their valuations is notable. But I'll also note one other thing, Senator. Over the course of the last couple of months, we've seen the
I want out of this
market cap
QQQ
of
call. It
public
moves too
companies
crazy.
And of private companies.
It's going
under
up and
some
down like
pressure.
$50 a
The
second.
overall indices, we do seem to see a broadening out. Now, why
If
is
you want an
that?
adrenaline rush, buy a
Because
QQQ call, bro,
earnings
because
now
this
for the
thing
last
moves
several quarters
ridiculously
more broadly are
fast.
moving up. I don't want to suggest that should give us any complacency, but what the Fed's looking for is economic strength to broaden and the inflation that we talked about earlier to become more narrow.
So I'd be worried about a massive economic slowdown. You know, the impact of Wall Street on Main Street, and I'd be worried about job losses. Stock prices tumbling would mean Americans could not retire as planned. And I don't want to see taxpayers holding the bag should this AI bubble pop. I'm not against AI. AI is not going anywhere. It has both promise and peril.
All right, QQQ, nice little pump there.
About this from all angles. Earlier this month, you announced a new task force to assess the effect of AI on productivity and jobs. The three individuals you chose for the task force are tech executives who have directly worked for or with AI labs, all three of them. Yes or no, will the Fed include anyone on this task force?
Amy
with
at
an
206.
alternative viewpoint
Going
on
for
AI?
207.
For
GameStop
example, anyone who represents the
2237.
workers whose lives may be
SPY
upended by increased adoption of
753.51.
AI
If it
tools
breaks
and
above
technology.
753,
So,
like 75,
As I mentioned to your
it's
colleague
gonna
a few
pop
moments
because
ago,
we have
what
this
I'd
sloping
say
support
is
resistance
one of
here.
the
This might even be
people
like a
on
little
this
bit of a
task force
falling
is an
wedge.
academic. Now, I don't want to suggest that the academic is representing some.
It's a little
Said the
shaky,
academic
but it could be like a falling wedge. It's a little,
I
it's a
don't wanna
little iffy
suggest
because
that,
this
but
wick
this
here.
isn't a faculty lounge discussion. What I do want to suggest is that academics' work has spent a lot of time talking about
This
prior
wick here is a
technology
little
shocks
funky,
and the displacement
but
that it has on labor. The assurance I can give you
it's
is
just
that
one
these three
wick.
people on that task force,
Not the
like
end of
the
the
other
world.
task forces, they're not the deciders. You're talking to one of the deciders.
Right.
The 19 of us around the FOMC with a
QQQ
breadth of
tracking as
backgrounds
well.
and interest, we're going to decide what we think of their
Yeah,
conclusions.
but as a decision maker, I always want various viewpoints. I certainly have nothing against an academic expertise. I think, you know, that's important, and it's too often
QQQ pushing up nicely. Let's go.
in some of the appointments that we've seen around here lately. But here's my problem. Americans are worried about what AI will
Senator,
mean
your
for the
time is
economy.
up.
I'm wrapping up, sir. And I'm worried that this viewpoint isn't represented at the Fed, and I would look to broaden.
Senator
the
Lummis, your
perspective.
time is yours.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Mr. Chairman. I have a couple questions about bank supervision before we go to monetary policy. The first one is Vice Chair Bowman has ordered an independent review of the supervision of Silicon Bank and Signature Banks, and I think that's a really good thing. I applaud her and support her efforts there. So have you instructed your staff, including the attorneys in the legal division, to cooperate with this independent review?
Yeah. So thank you, Senator Lummis. This
A little bit of an inverse head and shoulder structure here. Here's a shoulder, head, and then a shoulder forming here on
preceded my
QQQ.
time at the Fed,
Yes, it did.
but I'm certainly aware of the ongoing
So it looks like markets are bottoming.
And my general rule is that we should be cooperative.
Yo,
to
Apple just hit
investigations
327, bro.
of on regulatory and supervisory.
I don't
issues.
think there is a gap on Apple,
There
bro.
are rumors that there may have been destruction. of
Unreal.
records, by some of the staff.
What if I held my call?
Division of Bank Supervision.
It expired
Of course,
today,
that's a
though.
crime.
I wonder how much it would be
So
worth.
if records relating to the supervision
I had a
of scams were
317.50
intentionally deleted by
that would
staff
expire today. So let's go
before
to
you
Apple.
were at the Fed, before you ever became
Options.
chairman, will you order
Zero
your staff to
DTE.
assist in recovery of these records and cooperate with law
Yo!
Yeah, so.
Oh my
made a
God, I
bold
wish I
statement
held
to
it.
what
It's
you're
worth
calling for criminal
$900.
as opposed to scams. I can make a bold statement. I'm opposed to criminal activity. I have no reason to believe
Yo.
there's any criminal activity here. But I think we want to get to the bottom of an investigation. If there's an ongoing investigation and investigators generally want access to things, there's no reason why they shouldn't have access.
Thank you. I want to turn to a proposed rule that is being considered and ask for your thoughts on the proposed rule. And it has to do with Federal Reserve Board's payment accounts. Skinny master accounts is kind of a term that's used. You know, my staff has told me that if a doctor submits statements to a
Bro, there's no way I could have known Apple would have went to 327 though. I knew it was going to pump, but not like this.
Pay 5% in bank fees or wait 90 to 100.
My call would literally be worth
check.
$900.
The Federal Reserve is really on to something by trying to.
I want to see what I
join
sold
other
that thing for.
countries, that restrict access to the payment system to consumer-facing banks.
I sold it for $243.
We're the only major country in the world that restricts access to the payment system to the consumer-facing banks. So I think you're on the right track to expand the opportunities to serve consumers. And I'm curious about what your thoughts are about the proposal.
Dude, I wish I held, bro. It's I sold it for $243.
Be finalized.
Yeah. So as I understand it, this skinnier master account proposal's out for comment. It was sent out before I arrived, but I'm keenly interested in what the comments are. My mental model is that the critical infrastructure, the rails that the Fed runs.
Yo, if I would have
should
held
be
that, John, that
available
would have
to
been
those that
crazy,
are
bro.
applicable, that can comply with our rules and regulations.
Even if I held it to like
If I draw that
500, that's
distinction,
wild.
This is a public good, and it's a public good that should be used by intermediaries. I don't want the public good to be used by consumers, by people that are on the front lines. But if financial institutions, new and old, want to comply with our regulations and take advantage of this public good, my general predilection is to encourage it.
Well, I think that's admirable and important. So that's it's out for comment now. Do you anticipate finalizing sometime this year?
I owe you a better answer on the timeline from here, and I pledge to give it to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I share a concern that was expressed by my colleague, Mr. Haggerty, that monetary policy should enjoy the committee not having to be as transparent about its process. I agree with Senator Haggerty also that the bank supervision component should not enjoy that same level of non-scrutiny. I think we need to scrutinize bank supervision. I'm concerned that that area was sort of hidden from public view for too long. And so I want to just echo what Mr. Haggerty said. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, ma'am. Senator Kim.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. And Chairman, thank you for coming on out. I actually wanted to build on something that Senator Warnock was going into about AI. And I guess I wanted to ask you, I've seen some public reporting that there was a report produced by Treasury staff for Secretary Besson, the Federal Reserve, and other financial regulators that outlines the risks associated with the AI boom. Are you familiar with this report?
I can't say that I've read that report, but it's certainly a discussion that the Secretary and I have had.
Is that something we can follow up on, get a sense of where the status of this report is?
Yeah, I'd be happy to both engage in the report and share with you my views.
Yeah, but regardless of the report itself, from what I understand, it's raising concerns that that much of our financial system right now rests upon AI meeting expectations for productivity gains as profitability, and as well as raising concerns about the concentration in a small number of firms that are heavily reliant on private market financing, specifically invested in data centers in particular. I wanted to just get a sense, do you agree with these underlying economic risks, or do you believe that that analysis is overstating the risks?
So I think this is the most important change in our economy in my adult lifetime. I think it has plenty of opportunities and also plenty of risks, and I take both of them seriously.
Yeah, I mean, it's something I'm trying to grapple with too. So I'm not expecting that you have a fully baked answer right now, but I hope we can work on this together, because I do think when we're looking at that future, trying to think through the data, I'm trying to think through what data is going to allow us to understand how exposed we are, what the concerns are. And I guess I would just ask you, as you're looking at the data, how would you assess our economy, the state of our economy, if you were to isolate out AI, which I know is driving so much of our growth right now? How is the rest of our economy doing?
So it's a fair question. We can start to do a little bit of that. So I mentioned in my opening statement the importance of capital expenditures to aggregate GDP. A good share of that CapEx boom is broadly in or around infrastructure related to artificial intelligence. Not exclusively, but it's part of the real story here. If I were to fast forward 12 months, whether these AI models continue to grow in their efficacy on some exponential curve or not, most of this CapEx is going into things like data centers, new sources of energy. And let's say there was a disappointment on the returns and what AI could do. Many of these investments have alternative uses. But if the question is really how much productivity do we expect to ultimately get from AI, the answer is I don't know, but I'm optimistic that over a longer time horizon, it'll be quite good for the United States and good for both parts of the dual mandate, lower prices and a stronger labor force.
Well, I hope we can work on this together and try to get a clearer understanding of just how much risk there is. And look, I'm glad to hear about this, this task force that you're putting together about the productivity side. I will just say the concern amongst young people in particular is very potent and very real. And we have to come up with an answer to them to help them feel reassured right now. Because I get it, they are, as you said, more native in the technology. But that doesn't necessarily help them when the companies themselves are saying, we don't need to hire as many junior associates or other jobs, especially on the more entry level side of things. No matter how much native fluency that they have or understanding and skills, if the businesses are saying, we don't need as many people at the younger, lower end. And so as you're dealing with this task force, I hope it's something that can interact with this committee. I hope we have a chance to be able to talk to some of them and hear from them in that capacity. But I also say, we need to make sure we're speaking human about this and not just getting kind of caught up in that. So I just wanted to flag that for you. One last thing I wanted to just touch base on is, Senator Reid mentioned the concerns about whatever we want to call it, mythos proofing or AI proofing, using AI to be able to shore up our vulnerabilities. A number of us have been talking to some of the financial sector, other critical infrastructure. I guess I just wanted to ask you, does the Fed have all it needs to be able to kind of shore up our vulnerabilities, patch up any vulnerabilities? Has that been a process that you all feel have confidence in so far?
Closer to a yes or no answer on that one.
I'm working on it, and I look forward to working with you on it as well.
Let us know how we can help.
Yeah.
Thank you, Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to you, Chairman Walsh, for being here. It is such a pleasure to have you here compared to your predecessor. I can't explain to you in words the feelings that I had when your predecessor testified versus the feelings of having you here. So truly appreciate the hard work. Some quick questions. You obviously we have a whole regulatory structure around banks. What's happened to deposits in American banks since last August? Have they gone up, stayed the same, or gone down?
Generally speaking, there are differences, but generally speaking, deposits held in banks is moving positively.
So Apple is insane.
About that. Of course, you watch that because if you had a massive...
I don't see a gap fill in Apple, brother.
I worry about it, but I also
No, they
use
did
it
not
as
hedge for
input.
$2 calls, but they
When
might
average
soon.
deposit balances are up. Sometimes that could be for
Would
good
see
or
more
bad
volume.
reasons. My sense of the underlying growth is more good than bad.
Right, but as a banker, if the bankers want deposits to go up.
They sure
And I just find that interesting as a data point, Mr. Chairman, because we've talked about, or we've had testimony anecdotally from the bank CEOs saying that stable coins were going to drop deposits in banks. And I just want to point out for the record that the exact opposite has happened. So as they say, that was a bunch of blankety blank argument. Okay. You have two mandates. Let's talk about full employment for a second. If we have incentives that we put in place here legislatively for Americans not to work, does that round counter to your objective of full employment?
It doesn't make the Fed's life any easier.
Right. So if we actually incentivize somebody from actually participating and being productive in a workforce, that's not good. Things like, for example, we did in the Working Families Tax Cuts last year, which is to put in place where you have to verify twice a year whether you're working, volunteering, or studying, would be a positive demotivator for not working, correct? Meaning it encourages work.
I can't opine on the policies you make, but for the implications for the Fed, we're in the business of assessing potential growth. The more hours that are worked and the more productive those hours are, the stronger the economy can be.
Which is good when you're mandate.
Yep.
And if you had tens of millions of people entering the country illegally, it makes your challenge of full employment more difficult also, correct?
I'm going to steer clear from immigration policy and leave it with you and the administration.
So pretend they're just naturally grown humans on the soil of America. If you have dramatically more humans in the United States looking for work, by definition, it makes full employment more difficult, correct?
So if those people are employed and are working and are productive, that's a good thing.
No, if they're not employed.
Well, that can be a challenge to one, if not both parts of our mandate.
Okay, let's talk about data centers really quick. So if you felt, or the Federal Reserve felt, that data center investment was driving inflation, what is the tool that you could use to combat that?
So I think that investment in data centers and in AI generally do affect the demand side of the economy, and we can see it, and we can see prices move up. But unlike some of these other shocks, with a lag, it also affects the supply side.
No, but what I'm saying is if you felt that you had to do something about it, would it be accurate to say, really, you don't have a lot of tools? I think some of my colleagues think that you do have a magic wand, but ultimately you'd have to raise interest rates. The idea would be you're going to make it more expensive to borrow money to build these things. Ultimately, that's basically the tool that you have, just roughly speaking, correct?
We have powerful tools to deal with what we deem to be inflation above target.
Right. So you would raise interest rates if you really is the tool that you'd use. Does it make any sense for us to be thinking that inflation is being caused by data center investment, and the answer would be to look to the Fed to raise interest rates, when in reality you have government that's providing tax subsidies, which is lowering the cost and thus encouraging more irrational investment? Doesn't it make more sense to say, let's not do any tax subsidies? Now, we can't do that here at the federal level because a lot of these subsidies are coming from cities, counties, and states. I actually believe, and I think, Chairman, we should think about providing 100% federal tax on these subsidies so that if a company wants to take subsidies from some state, tax it at the federal level 100% to discourage it, because I think it is absolutely insanity for us to use taxpayer dollars to subsidize multi-billion-dollar companies. And by the way, those incentives don't exist. Would you agree that that seems reasonable?
Fiscal policy is your decision. I'm going to let you guys fight that one out.
Good.
Early. Thank you. Senator Alsobrooks.
All right. Thank you so much, Chair Scott and Ranking Member Warren, for holding today's hearing. And Chairman Warsh, it's good to see you again. Before we talk about the economy, I want to briefly return to your confirmation hearing, where under questioning from Senator Gallego and myself, you said that the president never, quote, generally or specifically instructed you to lower interest rates. And your testimony at the time did contradict reporting by the Wall Street Journal. So Senator Gallego and I sent you a letter on April 26th clarifying your testimony, and we have not yet received a response. So as we stated in our letter, President Trump told the Wall Street Journal that he thinks you have to lower, his quote was, he thinks you have to lower interest rates. And under your sworn testimony in this committee, you said that the president never generally or specifically instructed you on interest rates. And so I wonder whether you will just commit to responding to our letter.
Sure. I stand by every word that I said at my confirmation hearing, and now I have a 7-week track record subsequent to that, and you can judge not just my words but my actions. And I'm happy to continue the discussion with you about this topic if you think it's fruitful. I will say I've spent 7 weeks doing a lot of hard business of reform, but I'm happy to continue to engage.
Okay, and you will respond to the letter that Senator Gallego and I sent to you.
I'm happy to find the letter. I think it came to me before I was confirmed to the Fed. I'm happy to find it and work with you and your colleagues to answer any questions you have.
Okay, thank you. Now, Federal Governor Christopher Waller recently announced a framework to radically transform the Fed systems of 12 regional reserve banks, and Congress deliberately created a centralized system of 12 regional banks to ensure that regional economies and communities are represented when the Fed makes consequential decisions. The Federal Reserve Bank of Richmond, which serves Maryland, employs over 100 of my constituents at the bank's Baltimore branch, and I share our ranking member's concern that these changes are being pursued without consideration of Congress. And so do you agree that regional presidents and board directors are responsible for day-to-day operations under the Federal Reserve Act and not the Federal Reserve Board in Washington?
So I love the structure of the Board of Governors and the Reserve Banks in the Federal Reserve Act, and I love the Humphrey Hawkins testimony I am obligated to do to give it to you. As the Federal Reserve Act makes clear, as you know, is the reserve banks run operations and their budgets are reviewed and approved by the Board of Governors. With respect more broadly to the proposal you suggested, I think we need to try to do two things at the same time. Be good stewards of taxpayer money and continue to drive efficiencies throughout the system. And at the same time, respect the independence of the reserve banks so that they can show up in Washington at an FOMC meeting and feel as though they have the resources at their disposal to argue their point of view. My addition to what's already been said publicly is my view is the 12 reserve banks should be 12 centers of excellence. And if there is some savings that we're necessarily driving through consolidation of overlapping functions, they should at the same time be able to build out capabilities and solve any of a number of problems of economic policy that are inside of our remit. I've encouraged the 12 reserve banks to think about what they could do to have a center of excellence.
So, Mr. Chair, your answer is yes, you do agree that the regional presidents and board directors are responsible for day-to-day operations under that act.
I do believe that's subject to the oversight of the Board of Governors in the statute.
Okay. Just one last question. Now, you've suggested that artificial intelligence will generate productivity gains that will reduce inflation and help lower interest rates. And I'm optimistic as well about the promise of AI, but we need to be really clear-eyed, I think, in considering the whole economy and the impact there. The Fed has two mandates, low inflation and maximum employment, and you've spoken often about AI's impact on prices and inflation, but inflation is still high. So it's important that the Fed also addresses the employment piece of this mandate, and just as urgently, the Fed should consider who benefits from AI. So some economic models for AI's economic effects foresee gigantic returns for capital holders, but stagnant wages and job losses for workers. So as it relates to AI, what specifically is the Fed doing, studying, or preparing for under your maximum employment mandate?
So I endorse both parts of the dual mandate, and I don't want to suggest that productivity and the AI wave only impacts one part of it. We've got no legislative orphans, and I think that the effect on the labor markets is real and something we're thinking long and hard about, short-term, medium-term, and long-term.
Okay. Thank you.
Senator Banks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Warsh, welcome back to the committee for the first time as the chairman of the Federal Reserve. I was proud to vote for your confirmation back in May, and it's great to have you come back. I understand we do this on the committee, Mr. Chairman, twice a year. I'm looking forward to continued dialogues with you and before this committee for many years to come. You're very familiar with my state, Indiana. We've talked about Indiana a great deal. There's no state in America that has a stronger manufacturing base than Indiana. Manufacturing jobs are the biggest share of our workforce in our state and accounts for about a quarter of our state's economy. For decades, though, policymakers here in Washington have turned a blind eye as foreign countries erode our manufacturing base and rely on artificially cheap labor. But under President Trump, we have a renewed focus on fighting back and protecting America's manufacturing edge. In addition to President Trump's tariffs, we are helping American companies compete against foreign competition by investing in new technologies that help American workers make better quality goods more efficiently than countries that rely on cheap labor. Mr. Chairman, business investment in the U.S. is surging right now. Fixed investment grew at a rate of 10.1% in the first quarter of 2026. Can you talk more about that and about how rising investment in new technologies like AI and robotics can strengthen America's competitive position against the rest of the world, especially when it comes to manufacturing?
So thank you, Senator Banks. The CapEx surge is remarkable. This is a CapEx investment boom that the country hasn't seen in more than a generation. It is the seed corn for productivity and GDP improvement over the next decade. The way these waves typically go historically, which doesn't mean it has to happen this time, is a surge in CapEx with some lag leads to stronger economic potential, stronger growth, higher wages, and more productivity. This surge is different. It's happened faster. It's probably going to be bigger, and it's accelerating in real time. The effect on the Fed's mandate is something we're taking very seriously. But I would far rather have a capital expenditure boom than have large corporate profits go back into share buybacks and dividends. Investing here is a good thing, and all other things being equal, it's going to have fruits for the American economy.
Good. Later this year, bank regulators are expected to finalize new rules covering capital and stress testing. The Fed's new rules are a world away from the harmful Basel Endgame proposal that the Biden regulators tried to jam through, which would have hit working families in Indiana with a hidden tax on every mortgage and small business loan. But the transition still has to be handled well. These capital rules touch every part of a bank's planning. Implementing the new rules with a clear and organized timeline is critical. Will you commit to coordinating the rollout of these new rules across all major bank regulators so community banks especially can rely on clear guidance to follow?
Yeah, I think, Senator, clarity here is really important. These rules, as you know, are out for comment. I'm keenly interested in the comments as they come in. I think it is a very good thing if the bank regulators can speak with one voice. What we saw going into the 2008 financial crisis was a lot of regulatory arbitrage where institutions were choosing the regulator that best served their needs. I would love to have one standard, and I'm committed to work with the other regulators to see if we can achieve it. I'll just make one other point. You referenced the stress tests. The stress tests were a design and idea that we came up with one dark evening in the 2008 financial crisis. Stress tests have been used from that year till this year. I'm open-minded to reforms around the stress tests, so the stress tests aren't merely a compliance exercise, but help reveal both to the regulator and institutions what would really happen under a series of stresses.
Good. When you were here during the confirmation hearing, you and I talked about the China threat, something that you focused on for years. I know you're only 2 months into the job as chairman, but any updates or on how you can assess the threat that China poses to the dollar's role as the world's reserve economy?
So they're pacing power. They are the fight over AI is one of a proxy fight between these two economies that are striving for significance and influence over the next decade. I think we are on the front end of those technologies, but I don't want to sound complacent about it. And like with all technologies, they can be used by friends or adversaries. And so if there's a subject upon which I've been focused related to this in my first 7 weeks is making sure the institutions we regulate and the Fed itself is aware of our vulnerabilities. And I still think we've got some work to do on that.
Good. Thank you. I yield back.
Senator Blunt Rochester.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ranking Member Warren. It's good to see you, Chairman Warsh. I will tell you, I've been in and out of the room because I have 4 committees happening at the exact same time. And so going back and forth, and I know a lot of the things that I wanted to talk about or questions I wanted to ask, some have already been asked, so I may not use the whole time. But when we talked before during your confirmation hearing, I raised questions about primarily 3 things. One was the independence of the Federal Reserve, and you've spoken a lot about that today in the hearing. I talked about transparency around reforms and what does regime change mean, and how does this connect with our regional Federal Reserve boards. And then I also shared with you just my real deep concerns about the impact of AI as well as the opportunities for AI.
We might be
and
full
just
frontal
the
lobe
changing
cooked on the
landscape of
QQQ. For
particularly
whatever
when we
reason, we
talk
didn't get the
about
bounce.
that, mandate of full employment.
QQQ is looking
maximum
pretty
employment.
bad right now, man.
And lastly, I would also say
And then
really important to
IWM
me,
pulling back
and
as
I shared
expected.
that
So the
with you
markets
as
are
well,
pulling back,
is that
fam.
the focus
The markets are pulling
primarily
back.
a lot of times what is talked about is the Wall
Apple
Street
went
side
crazy, dude.
and
I
not the
could have
Main
made
Street
all the
side.
money in the world off
And
of
so
Apple if I
how
just
Main
fucking held
Street
it, man.
has equal footing to Wall
Should have
Street.
YOLO'd that bitch,
And
dude.
so a lot of the questions that have come, one of the things that you shared in your testimony was about the task forces that you have established, which I think is a really good idea. And I think the choices of things that you're focused on, from communication.
Lord Jesus himself tried to give it to me, but I didn't hold. I sold way back here.
To AI and the influence, all of those things are really important. And I think some of my other colleagues might have asked questions.
So we
on
did
the
get the
AI
price
one in
target on
particular,
SPY, cashed out profitable, but I do have a SPY call dated for tomorrow.
Economic
And then,
experts and
which I think should be fine. I think the call dated for tomorrow should be fine unless this is an overall top. And then we have a QQQ 0 DTE, which I might be full fucking cooked on.
by AI. So if you could talk a little bit more about the makeup of
RSI is trending up though, so I'm kind of just waiting here.
both in the task force and how you will include Main Street in your ongoing.
Yeah, volume is low today. I don't know what's up with that either. Today's kind of weird.
And I heard positive from both folks on the Federal Reserve side as well.
Yeah,
as
definitely
the
seeing some
community
issues here,
side.
guys.
So could you talk about the
So we're gonna want to
inclusion of Main Street
reevaluate.
on
I'm
the
gonna
task
leave this
forces,
prediction here because I
and
think we
then
could get a bounce,
ongoing
but
in your work, how will you include Main Street?
Yes,
maybe
let me address
QQQ needs to
both
fill
those
this
questions,
gap.
Senator. First, on the task forces, we have 15 people across 5
I
task
thought we were gonna do a
forces.
partial gap
There's
fill,
a
then
breadth
bounce.
of views,
Which still could happen
perspectives,
right now.
expertise. They're all
But
fantastic.
we just got Red MACD
They are
5-minute time
decision
frame.
makers. You're talking to one of the ultimate decision makers. And I believe, like you do in the reserve banks, the reserve bank presidents bring a breadth of views from their communities, from their businesses.
Did anyone hop in on
And we are gonna be
QQQ?
the deciders about what to do with these. I don't want you to think that I've outsourced anything to these task forces other than coming up with new ideas.
Which is fine. My question is more related to the makeup. One of the concerns I have, even on technology, we've seen incredible advances where voices and were not included of other folks. And so therefore we had technology that mistakenly
Dude, this Apple candle is
took a
insane.
black judge and thought that he was a criminal based on bad input of how the technology. So I'm talking about the input in the task forces as well as your own
Intel is like dying for some reason. I don't know what the fuck.
If you will continue with
Did
like
oil go up a
FECs
lot?
or any of those things, but how will
If
you
oil went up a
get
lot, that makes sense.
feedback from community organizations, small businesses?
No, oil's down.
Consumers.
Yeah.
This doesn't
I
make
don't
any
mean to give you
sense.
an excuse. I've been here 7 weeks. We've been pushing for reforms, but you have my commitment. The focus under my chairmanship at the Fed is what's happening in the real economy. And by the way, there are
Now, I
plenty
know
of people on
NVIDIA
Wall
needs
Street
the
who-
bounce to
who
help
are upset
QQQ,
with me
but-
already that I'm somehow not feeding them all the information they'd gotten before, and if they only had my dot, everything would be swell. My message to them is play the ball, don't play the Fed. By that I mean figure out what's happening in the real economy, respond to data that's happening in the real economy, rather than somehow suggest that we're going to be focused on Wall Street. So you have my commitment to focus on Main Street because it matters mostly to our dual mandate.
Well, I appreciate the time. I will also follow up with questions for the record and also particularly on the data piece as well. And I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, ma'am. For senators who wish to submit questions for the hearing record, please do so by Wednesday, July 22nd. The chairman will have 45 days from that day to submit your responses to questions for the record. This has been a great hearing. Thank you. Well done so far, so good. We look forward to even more time that we could spend together. And I frankly believe that the American people will have their trust restored under your leadership as relates to the Federal Reserve.
Thank you,
Meeting
Mr.
adjourned.
Chairman.
Absolutely.
Okay, so that's the end of the testimony. Yeah, why hasn't my Twitch check came yet? Okay, I was about to say. Yo! If I continue to have a good day, we can chat later. Yo, talk to me, bro. Holla at me, bro. Whatever. Listen, hit me up on my email, George L. George L, I hope you're listening, bro. George L just sent me a 20 bomb. Thank you for my AMC options. I'm up 8K today. Bro, no, thank you for giving back, bro. You're the man. Then at 9:55 a.m., at 9:57, he sent $1. 9K and $1,200 for every $2 penny. I think he's making 1K for every penny. 9K and 1.2K for every $2 penny, it said. So he's still up. George, if you're listening, bro, thank you for the Cash App Directs, bro. And then get them losses up. And then William S. sent... He sent 100 bomb on Monday. Forget them losses up. I'm getting slaughtered on QQQ and Spy right now. I just missed 100 bomb from William S, bro. Dude, I feel so bad. Yeah, we got some real whales listening to the channel, dude. Apple just won't stop. It just keeps going higher and higher and higher. My call option that I had is now worth 1,000. I wish I held, bruh. All I had to do was hold Apple. Instead, I got greedy chasing QQQ, and now I'm burnt. My account's about to go back to 600, dude. I'm only up $151 now. I was up 460. I repeat, I'm only up $150 now. I was up 160, bro. I'm back down now. 200. We were back in the green, bro. P&L. Now we're back in the red year to date. Oh my God, dude. I'm so stupid. I can never just stop trading. I like to take risks, though, man. I do. I can't help it. Yeah, dude, we lost $336 today after making $450. I can't help it, though. I like to take risks. I do. I know that. I need to stop and follow my 10% rule. I really do. It would really make my account so much higher. If I would have stopped today and just traded tomorrow, I would have $1,100. Thank God I have a good-ass community that looks out for me, because bro sent me a 100 bomb, a 20 bomb. Shout out William and George, bro. Thank you so much, man. Okay. Say less, bro. I will just say this, bro. If anyone wants to contact me, this is how you contact me. Data Zero Official 5. Say less, bro. I won't. So if you guys want to get a hold of me, this is how you get a hold of me. I thought the testimony was over. I'm going to turn ads down. I thought the testimony was over. If you want to get a hold of me, you can just go to here. Make sure you hit the like button. Then you click more. I'm going to turn ads down. If you want. And right here is my Twitter. You can message me here. You can message me on Instagram, but I prefer email. Right here's all the contact information if you want to contact me, though. Twitter, Instagram, email. This is also my PayPal and Cash App information. RSI is extremely oversold, bro. Maybe we fill the rest of the gap. Damn, my 0 DTE is going to be cooked. There's no way. We bounce in time. Fuck. I'm never buying 0 DTEs again. Never. That's why I sold Apple, because 0 DTE, I just don't like it anymore. It's now that I fully understand it, unless you plan on being in it for in and out, and things don't always go your way, so you want more time. Yeah, unless QQQ gets a nasty bounce, I'm fully cooked on that. Damn it, bro. Just stop trading after 10%, dummy. I have like two sides of me. The responsible side and the side that wants to take risks. I fucked up by looking at that Apple call and how much I could have made. And then I started chasing. I know I review things and know what I do wrong. I should have never looked at the Apple call to see how much I could have made. That thing's worth $1,000 now. I should have YOLO'd one of those calls, though. I should have sold the SPYs and YOLO'd the Apple. I knew Apple was going to pump in the morning, but I thought this was literally it after this. Once we hit like 320, 323. Join with the 320 fucking 7, man. Unbelievable. Okay, I'm getting mega cooked. I'm getting destroyed. I'm going to have to double up on my SPY option here. I'm going to have to grab another one at the low. I knew I should have waited a little bit longer. All right, I'm getting thoroughly destroyed right now. Discord is $100 for a lifetime invite. I hope we bounce after we fill this gap. This is too far, too fast. It's going to bounce. Nvidia's fucking dumping. Fuck. Now all the money is going from NVIDIA to Apple. Do you see how they shift back and forth? You can use that to make trades. Look, NVIDIA's dumping. Apple's pumping, but what happened yesterday? The opposite. NVIDIA pumped and Apple dumped. Apple dumped yesterday. Doesn't mean they can't both go up at the same time, but you can see the rotation happening in real time. They rotate from NVIDIA to Apple. Apple's at 4 trillion right now. AMC's at 2.202. Bro, 328, bro. This is crazy. That call I have is worth $1,200, bro. Or had. All I had to do was hold Apple for the biggest home run of my life, dude. I would have made $1,500 today, bro, because I did like 300 on SPY calls alone. I had a 753 and a 752, and my 752 didn't expire till tomorrow. My 753 expired today. IWM's still green. Well, I didn't want to go in heavy, but I might have to go in heavy now, boys. Bro, Apple literally just won't stop. IWM somehow still green on the day. Sunny GG, what up? Can you explain the SPY trade you're talking about? What did you buy, when, and where? Okay, so I paid like $290 for a SPY call yesterday. I bought a 752 and a 753. I bought a 753 up here because I got FOMO'd in. It double top and then it came down and drawed down. We played SPY calls to the upside here. I got rid of those. But before the day ended, I was waiting and waiting and waiting for SPY to pull back. It didn't pull back. So what I did is I waited for the lowest possible time and I bought a 752 call option dated 2 days out. So that means that by this day, I would still have a whole day left on it. I saw that things were getting iffy in the morning, so I cashed out up here. I cashed out my 753 right away because that was a 0 DTE. Why was it a 0 DTE? Because I bought a call dated for tomorrow here. And this is why I buy calls dated for tomorrow, because I knew SPY was going to 754, 755. I kept saying that over and over and over again. I said that SPY is going to at least start off green tomorrow. And I said that SPY is going to 754, 755. SPY went to 755.58. PPI came out better than expected. And I said PPI has to come out good. We got the PPI bounce. I sold everything right in the morning. Everything off both SPY positions. I sold the 0 DTE, which was dated for 1 day at this day. I sold it right away. And then I waited for the call. And I sold it around here because I saw we started topping out. But the best thing to do is buy calls dated for the next day, bro. Even if you plan on just being in the trade for a second. SPY really should have not dumped like this. I mean, I can't tell the market what to do, but this doesn't make much sense. A pullback, yes, but not like this. Okay, the gap is filled. So if we don't bounce here, the market's just going to full crash. And if you're welcome. Also, if you want to see more about the trade, you can watch yesterday's stream too. But basically, I knew SPY was going to 750. There was also a gap fill up here. The gap got filled. If you look at yesterday's video, I kind of explained the trade. There was a gap fill up here. I also had the price target of 754, 755. Watch yesterday's video if you want a detailed breakdown on the SPY section. Oh, Trump is talking right now. Holds public event as U.S. renews strikes on Iran. Trump's an idiot, dude. Oh, yeah, let me turn ads down. Because yesterday I talk about my spy prediction and how... Right here's the video if you want to see it. In this video, I talk about how SPY is going to go to 755, 754. There's a gap fill. Blah, blah, blah. So basically, I knew SPY was going to go to 754, 755. I bought call options that were in the money. 752, 753. And by the time it went to 754, 755, those calls were deep in the money. And I made $400 this morning. Lost it all, though. We're only up $105 now. And we were at $1,100. We're only at $772 now. Had a $357 loss yesterday, $147 loss. This would have been a $400 win if I just stopped and followed my 10% rule, but my dumb ass liked to take too much risk. I still might try to grab a QQQ or a SPY dated for tomorrow to try to make a flip. We want to see AMC remain above $2, but we really want it at $2.05. Amy cost to borrow 1.50 now. 1.50, guys. AMC cost to borrow creeping up. AMC cost to borrow creeping up. Bullish, baby. Bro, Apple went to 328.53. If NVIDIA bounces, QQQ will bounce. Everything looks bearish on the macro. Except Meta. Meta went crazy. Could have played the Meta call too. SPY might get a clean bounce off of 750. I could see that happening. If we hold 750, bullish on SPY. If NVIDIA breaks this line, it's ready to bounce a little bit. I don't know how much, though. Maybe like the 702, 709. If it breaks the orange line. If Apple starts pulling back, some of the money might come back into NVIDIA. Yo, Spy got that crazy pop. Did Amy get any? Yeah, Amy got a little something off that. Did IWM? Yeah, everything got a little bit of a pop. It must be Trump talking. If QQQ can break these orange lines, it will get a bounce. If it can break and hold. Oh, Nvidia got a little pop too. Nvidia trying to break the downtrend. I think QQQ can still hit the 317.50 price target. Markets are bouncing. Markets are bouncing. Markets are bouncing. Guys, like and subscribe if you haven't. Like and subscribe if you haven't. Let's see if AMC can get back to 205. Where do you see a George W? I don't see no George W. All right, looks like SPY, QQQ want to come back a little bit. SPY needs to break above this orange line to go bullish. We just got green MACD 5-minute time frame finally. So SPY should be able to see a bounce. If SPY, IWM, and them bounce, IWM's getting a really good bounce. Look at IWM, dude. What do we got here? Yo, thank you for the subscribe, bro. That helps out a ton. We're at 17,205 subscribers. Yo, SPY is back green. IWM's pumping, dude. IWM looks pretty damn good. And it held up better than the market, than SPY and QQQ. QQQ is the weakest right now. SPY is strong. I don't know though. I mean, IWM is higher than SPY right now. So dare I say IWM stronger than SPY right now? It held up better during the pullback. It ran up. It's coming back. Dare I say. SPY getting a nasty bounce though. Oh, QQQ coming back viciously. QQQ coming back viciously. All right, I have a few positions open right now. We have a QQQ call that we're up on, a QQQ 0-day that I'm extremely worried about. But if QQQ goes back to 717, I should be fine. And then we have a SPY dated for tomorrow that I'm down about 100, but I'm okay with that. I think I should be fine by tomorrow. SPY looking really good. Want to see Amy back above 205 if possible. I don't see a George W, but I do see a bullish consolidation. If Amy pumps a little higher, I could be bullish on all my calls. Or up on all my calls. I'm still up on my August calls, but I'm down on my July calls. I needed to go to like 215, 217. What was it at this morning? Yeah, so if it goes to like 215 to 17, I could possibly be green on the July calls. I'm telling you what, if QQQ can break this line, it's going to come full back. Apple remaining high. Nvidia bouncing, Nvidia bouncing. Nvidia is such a huge player for QQQ. Nvidia just gave several signals that it's about to go up. Nvidia calls might be nice. Almost back above $900. Okay, so SPY and QQQ are coming back really good. I hope the whole market crashes except AMC. No, brother. No, we don't want that. When you say call, does that mean an option? Call option? Yes. That means one call option, bro. One call option. That's exactly what it means. One call. SPY back to green on the day. SPY back to green on the day. I need QQQ to go to like 717, bro. All right, we're coming back a little bit. We're coming back a little bit on the account. We're at 932. We're up 73 on the QQQ. We're still down 150, though, on the other one. The 0 day is what's scaring me. This one I'm not worried about. It's already in profit, and I have till tomorrow. And this SPY call I'm not too worried about either. It's down 92. That's a decent amount, but I could easily come back from that. The 0 day is what's scaring me. But if QQQ can come back to 717 today, I could probably off that 0-day for green. If QQQ hits 717.53, I'm offing everything most likely. I probably won't hold past 717.50 on 3 on anything if we hit that target. That's my target right now for QQQ. We just got 5-minute really looking good. And then 10-minute, we're trying to break back above the 20 moving average. If we do, that would be very bullish. There's still a gap fill to the upside on QQQ as well. We're up 86 on the call data for tomorrow. 88, 89, 90. I think QQQ is going to go to 717.53. I think it's going to go to that today. SPY should go back to 753, 754. Apple intelligence improved. China iPhone users now get it. That's huge. That's why Apple blew up. Exclusive files. Bro, I be doing some insane trades, bro. Some of my trades are insane. I be up and down hundreds. Just bring it back. Up 86 on this bitch, baby. $3 up on Amy calls. Amy about to push for the 205. Let's go, Amy 205, Amy 205, Amy 205. Can NVTS finally pump? I think it will pump, bro, but it's gonna take a little bit, bro, because I think I understand what's happening. It's building bullish momentum. It's getting that divergence. Look at that double bottom too, bro. It's going to try, bro. It's going to try to pump, especially if the market returns. Would you expect SPY to plow up 3% this afternoon? I don't think so, but I think it's gonna go back to 253, 254. I'm sorry, 753. I just put information in the day trade chat Discord. I think SPY could rip if it breaks back above 753 and holds. Come on, QQQ, break this level, baby. Break it! If you break this, you pump. I know it. Amy at 205. Amy at 205. Amy coming up with the market. Amy's going to try to push in the close most likely. SPY 753. SPY 753. QQQ just pumped. 715.44. I'm back at 1,000. I'm back at 1,000. I'm up 111 on that, John. 113. Big trades, big trades. Now, if QQQ goes to my target of 717.53, I'm selling everything. If QQQ goes to 717.53, I'm offing everything that I have, unloading everything. Yeah, AMC earnings changed to Monday. I put out the news. And earnings are going to be good. Too bad it's after this Friday's expiration, though. AMC also got upgraded. Okay, if IWM can, or if, what is this, SPY? Okay, if SPY can break 753 and hold, it's going to pump. Dude, I caught this whole pump, dude. I caught this whole entire pump. I bought way down here. Bro, if we go to my target, I'm going to be so happy, bro, and I'm going to get banked. Oh my God, oh my God. We're almost at 316. Yo! I'm up 120. Yo, it's ripping. QQQ is gonna pump, dude. It just broke the 20 moving average on the 10-minute. It just got green MACD 15-minute time frame. Bro, I'm holding this, bro. We might go all the way to the gap fill. I'm just gonna sell the 0 day and let the one dated for tomorrow run. If the 0 day goes green, I'll sell that and let the one dated for tomorrow run. We have to hit my target, though. 717.53. That's where I'm going to be willing to sell. If we pull back a little bit until then, that's fine. I have a call dated for tomorrow. And then SPY's trying to break back above 753. This is huge. SPY with the nasty bounce off of 750, dude. I tried to tell you guys that was a good buy zone. IWM pushing up. IWM pushing up as well. AMC 205. AMC trying to hold the 205. This is beautiful. Doubling down, baby. Doubling down, baby. SPY looking really good. SPY ripping. SPY ripping. I wanted to grab another SPY here too, but I didn't want to over leverage. Microsoft's a beast. Google's also beasting right now. AMD's coming back stupid. That's helping us. QQQ might pump, dude. AMD and NVIDIA are looking to come back. QQQ might pump hard, bro. It's almost at 716. Dude, I'm up stupid on this fucking call. I'm up stupid on this bitch. SPY just blasted past 753. SPY is fucking pumped. AMC trying to go for 206. AMC looking like it wants to take off too. This market might start moving. Yeah, this market might start moving, boys. Prepare for pumpage. Prepare for pumpage. We're going bullish, baby. Oil down, oil down. Good PPI data. I'm back up to $400. Well, I was briefly for a second, backed up to $400. We're up $385 for the day. 58%. SPY's going, boys. QQQ's almost at 716. Yo, thank you, Doc Airline, for the gift. I appreciate you, bro. So SPY's heading towards price targets we put in the Discord. QQQ also heading towards price targets. Might see some pullback here for some temporary. We just had a huge 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that was 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. An hour of pumpage. We just had an hour of pumpage, so we might need to pull back a little bit. But that's fine. Hour of dumpage, hour of pumpage. But now we're back at these levels. If we can break above these levels, we pump. Which it looks like that's what we're going to do. We might need to pull back a little bit, though, first. But we definitely got this move to the upside we were looking for. Now we might need to pull back a little bit. SPY resistance here at 753.36. We need to break that. QQQ needs to break 716. AMC 206. AMC up 4.85% on the day right now. IWM 296. Bitcoin at 65K today. Apple 327.31. Can you believe it? Nvidia 209. Looking like it's trying to push up some more as well. AMD looks like it wants to take off. If AMD and Nvidia push up, it's going to make QQQ go stupid bananas. If AMD and Nvidia push up, QQQ is going to go stupid bananas. Thank you, Doc Airline, for the gold. Take a screenshot? Nah, it's right here, bro. Up 127. Up 44%. Yeah, see, Nvidia's coming back. This is helping. Apple's up a lot. Google's up a lot. If AMD and Nvidia come back, MU, INTC, that's going to push QQQ up a lot. INTC's bouncing. They're all about to bounce, dude. They're all about to bounce and push QQQ up. QQQ's ripping. QQQ's ripping. I'm up 150. I'm up 150. Up 160. Yeah, 716.65. We're pumping. SPY pumping. Up 170. I'm up so much. 1,200. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm balls deep in QQQ SPY calls and it's fucking pumping. I'm balls deep in QQQ SPY calls and it's fucking pumping. Fucking pumping. I'm fucking balls deep in these calls. I'm fucking balls deep in these calls and it's fucking pumping. And it's fucking pumping. We're up $500. This market, QQQ is about to go fucking bananas, I'm telling you. Bro, I'm up 180, bruh. DZIL. Guys, please sub, please sub, please sub on Twitch. Please sub on Twitch. Your boy bought the fucking bottom. SPY just hit target. SPY just hit target. QQQ 717, bro. Bro, I'm at 227. 1,227 up 190 on this bitch. SPY just had the most disgusting pump ever. AMC 205. Bro, I'm up 210, bro. $220, bro. All right, I'm cashing out. I cashed out of one contract and I have the 0 day as a runner. I'm at 1,300 so far. The 0 day is almost green, so I'm using that as a runner. I'm literally printing by the minute, dude. I cashed out a QQQ. It hit my target. I have the 0 day as a runner if it keeps going. I cashed out of QQQ for $220, but I have the 0 day as a runner. Look at this, look at this. Yeah. Yeah. $650 gain today, boys. $650 gain today, boys. Say it again. $650 day to gain, boys. Bro, we up. All right, so I just have to get rid of this 0 day. Apple looks like it's going to go higher, dude. I just have to get rid of this 0 day. And then I have a SPY call dated for tomorrow. Hopefully QQQ goes a little bit higher because I just need to go a little bit higher for this call to be green. I'm about to be green on the 0 day. I'm only down a couple bucks on the 0 day. So we're about to be green on the 0 day. Intel, AMD, Nvidia are about to push up, sending QQQ up. SPY also. I have a SPY contract dated for tomorrow as well. So I have a SPY call dated for tomorrow. And I wish I grabbed another call down here, honestly. I was going to, but I didn't want to over leverage. If I would have did that, I would be up even more. I didn't want to get a good faith violation either. I have 1,500 unsettled cash, so I might get in trouble. I might get another violation. I'm only down $12 on the SPY call dated for tomorrow. I just got a forced liquidation notice. Okay, that's for the QQQ contract because it expires today. Yo, thank you, God's gift, for the happy poop. Thank you, bro. AMC at 204, GameStop 22.28, SPY 754.31, QQQ 717.38. Oh my God! Hype in the chat, please. Hype in the chat, please. Hype in the chat, please. This is the best day ever. This is the best day ever. Hype in the chat, please, y'all. Alright, we're green on QQQ 0 day. We're green on QQQ 0 day. Oh, we're green on our spy call too. We're green on the 0 day and the spy call. Yo, please, Jeffrey, no, thank you, bro. Jeffrey just dropped 100 bomb, please. Guys, hype in the chat for Jeffrey. Hype in the chat for Jeffrey. Hype in the chat for Jeffrey, please. All right, we were able to off the 0 day. So now all we have is left is the spy call. And we're up on that, and that's dated for tomorrow. We're up almost $700 on the day, boys. We're up almost $700 on the day. $681. So QQQ hit 718 as predicted. SPY is on an unbelievable tear, dude. AMC 205. GameStop 25 or 22.25. SPY, IWM, QQQ, they're just pumping, dude. INTC's coming back. Nvidia's coming back. It's taking the market stupid. AMD's coming back. Guys, Jeffrey just dropped a 100 bomb. Please hype in the chat for Jeffrey, bro. That type of stuff keeps the stream alive, man. Honestly, glad I took the risk. I think I'm holding my call dated for tomorrow. This was a whole V-shaped recovery. I think I'm going to hold my SPY call dated to tomorrow. I think I'm just going to hold it. Let it run. YOLO. Maybe we'll get another big $100 win. Dude, I sold that shit for $509. Fucking sick, dude. Bro, they're on a moon mission. SPY and QQQ on a moon mission. Yo, he's a real one for real. He got merch and everything, bro. That's a real dude right there, holding it down. Someone also, we had 100 bomb sent from William. William sent 100 bomb, and then Anonymous sent 100 bomb. He doesn't want me to say his name. Oh, he sent me a 20 bomb. And multiple 1 bombs. He sent 1, 2, 3, 4 1 bombs, 5 1 bombs, a 20 bomb, anonymous, and then William S. sent 100 bomb on Monday. I can't believe I missed that. Thank you so much, William S. Bro. You're the man, dude. The account was under $600 yesterday. It's at $355 right now. We're up on the SPY call. We're up on our AMC calls. The only thing we're not up on is the AMC calls that expire this Friday, which sucks. I need AMC to go a little bit higher. $905. Holy fuck. What if I held Apple too? My account would be at 2,000 if I held Apple. Look at that loss we took. We came right back from that shit. Look at that loss. Came right back from that shit. Huge loss. Got it all back. Took a loss. 2 days in a row. $357 and then a $147 loss. $688 win to bring it back. $89 win, 131, 84, 115, 74, 43, 198, 106, $357 loss, $147 loss, $688 win. Year-to-date P&L up 300, almost higher than it's ever been. Actually, no, it is higher than it's ever been. I'm higher in profit than I've ever been. I have more profit year-to-date trading than I've ever had. Awesome. SPY might have to pull back, but this is kind of crazy. I don't know if it's gonna pull back, dude. It's kind of doing like wild shit. This is kind of wild. It's been pumping for the past 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90. Bro, it's been pumping for like an hour and some change, bro. An hour and a half. Hour and 40 minutes. So two things could have made this day even more insane. If I held Apple instead of getting scared. I cashed out of Apple Green, but for not much. If I would have held Apple instead of getting scared, because my call is worth $1,200 now that I had. And on top of that, if I bought the additional SPY call that I was going to buy down here. Retail sales month over month come out tomorrow. That's it. And what time is that? SPY did a straight V shape. I'm so glad I bought that QQQ call, bro. That changed everything around for me. The only thing I wish is I wish I held Apple just a little bit longer. It went to my price target, though. I had a 320 price target. I didn't know it was going to go to 328. I should have had a higher price target, I guess. I literally made $400 in my sleep today. Bro, and SPY's not fucking stopping. This is insane. AMC at 203. As long as AMC closes above $2, I'm Gucci. But if we close above 205, that's even better. I officially say I won the small account challenge. I'm one of the few YouTubers that can do it. And it wasn't easy, I will admit it. QQQ go or SPY going, baby. I am up on my SPY call data tomorrow. We're at 1,360, bro. Up almost $700 fucking dollars. 103% gains, dog. Up almost 700, bro. And we got 100 bomb drop to us. You guys, I'm so grateful for this life. I am so grateful for this life. Thank you so much, bro. I could not do any of this without y'all. Bro, thank you, family. Thank you, bro. I could have never have learned all of this without you guys. Bro, I couldn't have had the time to learn all of this. Like, I couldn't just sit here and watch the charts every day if you guys weren't supporting me, helping me get paid while I learn. Thank you so much for real, guys. And then thank you for the support that you have shown me. The support that you have shown me has kept this channel alive, truly, bro. I don't make as much as people think off YouTube and Twitch, bro. I don't. And you guys have kept this channel alive, brothers and sisters, man. Thank you so fucking much, man. I don't know, but if I had to guess, though, SPY's gonna do something like this, man. It can't keep going. It can't. Correction down in the close. But I think it's bullish for tomorrow, dude. I'm gonna actually hold my call overnight. I'm a little scared. But after seeing this V-shape, dude, and then what I see here now on the 2-hour and the 4-hour, it looks like we're about to pump. So I'm just gonna hold my call overnight and YOLO it. We don't have any data drops except retail sales month over month. I mean, I could cash out right now. And be up $350 and up $685 on the day. Let's just hold it, baby. Let's just roll the dice on this one. From what I see, it should be worth it. We might get a short-term pullback, but I should be fine. I should be good to go for this guy. Hopefully I don't regret it. Wait, what if this is a giant double top? Nah, bro. Nah, we're good. We're good. Take a look at the chart. What do you see? What do you see? We're good, bro. We're bullish. SPY is bullish. NVTS is moving up. Yo, NVTS might finally fucking be ready, Danny. It just double bottom stupid. I did call for a new all-time high for SPY, so I'm just saying. Apple is stabilizing up at these higher levels. That's insane. I want to know how much my call is worth right now, even with the decay. If I would have held that Apple call, bruh. I was so scared, though, because I was down so much on it, and then I went green. It's worth $1,500 still. I sold that bitch for like $280. Bro, I missed out on hundreds and hundreds of dollars left on the table. Dude, if I would have held the Apple call, I would literally be up thousands of dollars. Like $1,700, $1,500. I sold at my target, though. I can't be mad. I should have had a higher target. I should have had a better plan. I knew it was going to get one of those morning pumps today, but I did not know it was going to go fucking to 328. I said 320, maybe 323, 322. I did not think 328 was coming. Dude, SPY followed my prediction perfectly. It came up, went to 755 price target, dropped down, reversed here, and is now following this. If you guys want on-point predictions, like and subscribe right now. And QQQ pushed up exactly as predicted, bruh. So like and subscribe right fucking now for the best. QQQ is going to pull back a little bit and then push up, I think. I'm so glad I bought that call down here, dude. That changed everything for me. I took a huge risk and bought a QQQ call dated for tomorrow right here. Right fucking here, dude, on this candle. On this candle, bro. And it reversed, and it reversed, and it reversed, and it reversed, and it reversed. And I sold right here. And then I let my 0-day run to here. Somewhere up here. It was like right here. I let my 0-day run to. I do think it could go a little bit higher, but I can't be greedy, and it was a 0-day. The call dated for tomorrow I could have maybe let run, but I had a plan and I executed it. I had a target and the trade was magnificent. I did 2 contracts, let one run a little bit, so I made a little bit of extra coin off the bigger move, off the move when it ran up a little bit more. I sold right here. I sold the call dated for tomorrow. I sold right here for a $225 profit. And then I sold the 0-day after a little bit more for like a $15 profit. So made a couple extra bucks. So it was like $230, $235, $240 around that I made off of that. And you guys can see that confirmed right here. Bought QQQ at 11.10. That's the wrong contract. Hold on. Bought QQQ at 12.46. $12.45. Right here's $12.45. I bought it at $12.46. Confirmation. Look at the bottom of your screen. $12.45. We bought it at $12.46 for $283.05 and sold it for $509.92 at $153. $153 would be 13. 13. So here, yeah, at the red line. We sold at the red line. Then the 0-day we sold like here. We're up 20 bucks on the call dated for tomorrow. If I see that hit 700, I might have to let it go. $304 was the highest. $325 in profit. So pretty much everything over 1,000. So let's get this account to 2,000 then. $900 fucking dollars in the last month, baby. Let's go. SPY is gonna top out. I do know that. I do know that. So I could sell now and get a better position, but I don't have enough good faith. Wait, it's not a good faith violation if I sell tomorrow. Wait, I might have bought that one. It might add to it. It might add to it. It might add to it. I won't be able to... How will it add to... I'm at 1,600 unsettled cash. I'm definitely going to get a violation. I don't want to do anything that could potentially add to me getting a violation. Fuck, I almost have to hold this call till tomorrow. I know it's gonna pull back though, I know it. I don't know if it gave me the warning for this contract or not. Fuck, man. Damn, I missed all of this. Dude, I called it out in the Discord and everything. Oh my god, I had 2 Apple calls. I would have made 3K. Dude, I tried to tell you to hold them, bro. I said hold. I said hold through the red day. We had time. I said it yesterday. I said I'm telling you, Apple's coming back tomorrow. This was just accumulation, bro. I said Apple's coming back tomorrow, bro. And it sure fucking did. And it might keep going. It might go a little bit higher, like 7 or 330. It's not worth chasing now, though. RSI is way too hot. You're gambling. I sold him in the morning for profit. Same thing I did, but we sold too early. We sold way too early, bro. I had a 320 price target and I sold at it. I did not think Apple was going to 328. I thought maybe 322, 323 tops. That QQQ pump was disgusting, bruh. Yeah, SPY's gonna pull back. And I could get a better fill if I bought it down here. I almost bought a SPY contract here too as well. I almost had a QQQ and a SPY. That would have been insane. I made $220 fucking off that bitch. I caught the very bottom of the pump, dude. I caught the very fucking bottom and almost sold the very top. Basically did with the 0 day. Insane trading, I say. NVTS is coming back, bro. Look at it. Should be an update tomorrow for NVTS. How many days you got? Why did it follow this perfectly? I just moved it a little bit, but that was like that. Yeah, dude, I would have made $1,000 if I held Apple. I'd have been happy even if I sold it here, dude. I sold here. I'd have been happy even if I sold here. Because waiting through all this would have been hell. But even if I sold here, I'd have been happy. If AMD and NVIDIA come back, that could help us push up. I feel like SPY's gonna dump, but I think it's gonna come back. Like, I think it's gonna dump, but then it's gonna rip. So I'm just gonna YOLO this SPY call. I don't want to do anything to fuck up. I might even get a violation. I have 1,600 unsettled cash. That can't be good. And settled cash, I have -600. But I have $1,000 options buying power, so like that should mean something. I only have $280 worth of options. AMC and SPY, that's all I got right now. If AMC can somehow get back to the 315 to 317 level before Friday, I might be able to sell the July 17th. I'm only down 750 on those. 750. Oh, I only have one contract. I thought I had two. I'm only down 750 on it. It was almost green this morning. I should have just offed it. I thought I had two of them. I do have two of the August contracts though for AMC, which should print after the gap fill. Yeah, SPY's pulling back. I wish I could have sold it and then bought back in, because I know it's going to pull back, but we're just going to hold and see what happens. Either way, we should close around 1,250 to 1,350, somewhere around there, depending on where SPY goes and how much it dumps and how much it bounces back and heading in the close. If I'm right, it should dump down and then bounce heading in the close, giving the perfect dip buy opportunity, by the way, if you are willing to hold overnight. Or you could sell quickly as it goes into close. But I'm willing to bet that after this, dips are going to get bought pretty quickly. QQQ pulled back, man. I sold the top. Time for the pullback. They should let me trade unlimited, bro. Because I would buy puts right now. I would. I'd buy puts right now, and then I'd buy a call right before close.
You're crazy.
I'm willing to bet SPY comes back and retests 753 and then bounces. Remember, AMC earnings Monday, guys. Nvidia's only down a little tiny bit. Now, it was down 4%. So it got a disgusting bounce. I was going to play a Nvidia call too. But I decided to just go QQQ. It's basically not the same thing, but it's I started seeing AMD and Intel as well. But I probably could have made the same amount on both of those pumps. AMD and Intel, I looked. AMD, I could tell wanted to bounce. It did. Intel, I could tell it wanted to bounce. It did. Bro, Apple is consolidating at 327. Can you imagine? Amy at 203. Amy at 203. I need to see Amy 205, man. I want to close over 205 so bad. Oh, too many people are trying to check. 1.50% cost to borrow, Amy. 10 million shares still. It looks like they dumped 10 million and got it back. Look. Man, SPY call is wild still. Dude, I'm getting so used to the movements though that I need like 2 calls. 1 SPY call isn't enough. It's crazy. NVT in closing. Up 500, SPY short. How the fuck are you short SPY on 500? SPY's green. Or you mean you just shorted it recently? I would get out of that as soon as possible. Your MVTS might pull back a little bit, but I think it's finally ready, man. IWM's sloppy, bro, sideways. But I think the market in general is sideways. Look at it. Except QQQ. But I think tomorrow should be better. SPY basically confirmed like 750 to 753 as support today. And that should be able to take us to 754, 755 again tomorrow. Amy, please stay above $2, please. Guys, drop some rockets in the chat, man. Drop some rockets in the chat. We want Amy to stay above 2. Yeah, SPY definitely gonna pull back, dude. I wish I could have sold and bought back in. Because I literally knew it was going to pull back. And then, but I don't know if it would have added to my good faith, and then I would have had to buy another one, and I should still buy another one on the dip. That way I have 2 contracts going into tomorrow like I did today. I want to start tomorrow pretty fresh. I don't want to over leverage it. It's not over leveraging with this size account, but I want very small positions to start tomorrow. I want to open up positions tomorrow. So we'll just let it ride. I do want to buy the dip though, but we'll see. We'll see. Maybe I'll buy the dip heading into close. Maybe. We'll see. Yeah, but SPY's definitely going to pull back and then bounce. Not financial advice. All right, we have about 10 minutes till power hour. Face cam will go back on in just a few minutes. Hopefully SPY bounces a lot quicker than I'm thinking. I'm normally pretty right about these things though. SPY should come back down to like 753 and then bounce. Maybe 752 at the low end. Amy, yo, drop those rockets for aimers. All right, we're trying to see if Spy tracks here or not. I'm looking for a 753 retest and bounce. Maybe 752 at the low end. Maybe I should have just sold that Spy call, period. And started fresh tomorrow. I don't want a fucking violation. It started saying early about violating. Dude, it needs to give me more money. Yo, Eve's about to go back to 2K. God damn it. I should have probably just sold it. Amy, come on. I'm gonna sell my AMC options like tomorrow. I didn't, bro, this is ass, dude. They always fuck with us. God damn it, dude. They can never leave Amy alone. I should have sold those contracts this morning, bro. The July 17th. I'm gonna wait one more day. This is looking bad. This is looking fucking bad, dude. We lost all momentum. We're probably gonna have a red day tomorrow. If we can't stay above $2, bro, they're gonna fucking bring us down and we're gonna have a red day tomorrow. So that's what matters. $2 matters the most right now. Classic DZ beat. Spy getting a bounce off 753. Spy getting a bounce off 753. Guys, if you can, please Prime sub. If you have Amazon Prime, Prime sub on Twitch. It's absolutely free. You just hit subscribe and then hit use Prime sub. Guys, thank you for the support today. It was one of the best days ever, dude. We got fucking 100 bob. Yeah, NVIDIA's going wild. Damn, the NVIDIA call would have printed more than the QQQ call. There's no way I would have cashed out here. There's no way I would have held to this point. There's no way. I cashed out QQQ up here. Here on the big one, and then here on the small one. It came down and then went a tiny little bit higher and then pulled back. So I basically sold for max. Guys, Friday I have to do a short stream. SPY looks like it's gonna try to hold. I don't know, maybe. The 5-minute looks a little bearish. What's the 10-minute look like? Bullish. We might hold. SPY might hold 753. If it does, bro, if SPY comes back up off the 753, we're going back to 754, 55 tomorrow. Well, no, we already hit 755 again today. We're going to 756, bro, tomorrow. If this motherfucker bounces here. Yeah, Apple looked like it was gonna go higher, so I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised. I think Apple's gonna go a little bit higher. I told you guys, this was the breakout. Okay, this wick was the test. This was the liquidity test. I've seen this all the time in the market. This was just the liquidity test. Then it came back down, got all of this liquidity here, buying. So, listen, I literally think this shit is rigged. And I'll explain to you guys why. I literally think this shit is rigged. I think they do all of this stuff with a purpose, and I'll explain to you why, and what I think happened here. So this is exactly what happened on Apple. They ran it up to see if people would buy, and people did. They bought all the way up here, and they bought and they bought and they bought. So what did they do? And look where it happened after hours, when institutions are in play. Drops down. What did the rest of the market do? It rallied up. Why did Apple drop down? Now, anything can happen in the market, so, okay. That's fine. Apple drops down when SPY and QQQ gap up and the inflation was good, and that's great for a tech company. So Apple drops down. Okay? This is after pumping huge. All right? Liquidity. All of this was institutions gobbling Apple up. Gobbling Apple up the whole day. Very next day, they run it up. I'm telling you, it's all planned, dude. It's all planned. This was the liquidity test. Then you come back down to get the fucking buyers. And then you fucking run it up. It's exactly what happened. It's exactly what happened. Meta's gonna go higher. If I had giant cojones right now, I'd buy a Meta call. INTC is the weakest, but I think it's gonna come back. I think it's retesting this, John. Apple, Nvidia, AMD, Meta. This is in QQQ. This is in SPY and QQQ. This is in SPY and QQQ. This is in QQQ and SPY. This is in SPY and QQQ. 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 I don't know if Tesla's in. Might be in QQQ. Oh shit. Looks like SPY got a clean bounce off of that motherfucker. Yeah! My call's gonna be alright. I'm about to make some money, baby. Might be able to print another hundo by tomorrow morning. I really need to sell this, John, honestly. I don't even want to be in this position for real, for real. I'm up 600, cuz. I don't even know what the fuck's happening. I should have just closed that John green no matter what anyways. Bro, if that John go green, bro, I might just cash out, bro. What the fuck am I holding it for? I'm up $629. I was up 680. Almost 700. It counts at 1,298. I need SPY to go back up. Five-minute time frame? I don't think I see no bull flag, bro. I mean, you could draw yourself a trend line, but you still have too much red MACD. Look at the MACD. Yeah, no, bro. It needs to break back above. $13.33. Needs to break and hold $13.33, bro. But she is tracking. Tomorrow should be an update based off my analysis, but we'll see. RSI higher high, higher high, higher high, higher low, higher low, higher low. Bullish divergence 4-hour time frame, bro. RSI higher high and higher low, 3 in a row. Higher high, higher high, higher high. Higher low, higher low, higher low. That is clear bullish divergence out of a falling wedge. This stock will push. Not financial advice. It's kind of acting like now because of the bullish divergence. That takes a while for it to happen. You know what I mean? Damn, if SPY closes 754, that would be insane. What if SPY closes 754? What if SPY closes 754? That would be something special. I would be really happy about that. Yes, I really would. Yes, I really would. And I need Amy to close above $2. Please. Damn, GameStop. Weren't you supposed to have a green day today? I sold the top of QQQ. I am him. Bro sold the top like a pro. I had to go balls deep into QQQ because I had bought a 0 day up here. And then I was like, shit, I gotta fucking run this shit up. So I bought a call dated for tomorrow. And I had 2 calls on this. Probably altogether on that move, I probably made like because I was down 150 on the call, and I made 250. So I probably made a good $350, $400 off of this move between the two calls. Now, profit, I only made like 250, 230 because I sold the one contract for 225 and then the other contract for like 15. I made the money back on the 0 day. So it wasn't all profit. But the whole move probably gave me $300 to $400. So you can, if you get just two contracts, just two, like a 0 day and a call dated for tomorrow or something, and they were, it was a 317 and a 316. Imagine if I bought it was a 716 and a 715 strike price. Imagine if I bought, for tomorrow they only had like 10, 15, 20. Imagine if I bought the 710 and it went that deep into the money. Oh my God. The 710 is probably worth so much even right now. It's probably worth $1,000. Probably right now even. It's worth 701, so it probably was worth 1,000 at the peak. But they wanted 500 for it. So I probably would have made 500 off of that one call though. If you bought it in the money. That's why in the money matters, and time. Delta. Time and in the money matters. If you want to make a big bag, you don't have to buy a bunch of contracts, but you can buy in the money contracts that have time on them. And you will also make money. And you would only have to buy like 2 or 3. You can make a good bit of money. Because remember, I made the $225 off of just one contract. What if I bought 2 of those contracts? 2 of the 715s. It would have cost me... This was the one, right? So it would have almost been $600. It'd have been like 580, 560. So I could have either bought one 710 contract or 2 715 contracts. All right, so now I need to start experimenting with doing scalping, but with contracts dated like 4 or 5 days. And sell them bitches. Like, if I bought a SPY call, if I bought a 750 SPY call, right? And let's say I bought it like 5 days out. How much is a 750 SPY call worth 5 days out? Only 560? What the fuck? 5 days? 750? I thought I'd be at least $1,000 at that point. 5 days? What about 6 days? That's gotta be getting there, right? Only $600. I mean, you'll still make money, but not. I want to make $500 on a tiny move without having to buy a bunch of contracts. That means I'd have to go like 12 days out. Even 12 days out is only $842. QQQ, you can run it up. A QQQ call for 5 days. A 710. It's worth $974 right now. That John is $5 in the money. All right, you have to buy multiple contracts. You have to. Okay, but I want to buy multiple contracts that have time on them. So like 2 calls dated for tomorrow. That's what I'm going to start doing. Even if I only plan on being on the trade for 1 day, like a trade like this, 2 calls dated for tomorrow. That's what we're going to start doing. 2 calls. That's why we want to enter tomorrow fresh. Let's just try that tomorrow. 1 clean setup. We're going to look for a clean setup like this, like a trend line break, a double bottom, falling wedge, bull flags. Hopefully it gives me something clean. And we're going to do 2 calls dated for tomorrow. Dated for the next day. And see if we can't get a lick off a scout. Should be like $400 or $500. Oh God, SPY's gonna pull back some more. Mother freak you. I always do 5 days, nothing less. I mean, I ain't risking too much money to do anything less than 5 days. Yeah, 0 DTEs I've learned are just way too sketchy, bro. If you, cause bro, even sometimes when you're playing a falling wedge or a double bottom, sometimes the move drags out or some shit, bro. You don't want to be in a 0 DTE ever. I'll still buy them here and there for quick flips, like a quick scalp for and some small chump change, but 0 DTE you really don't want. Even if you're planning on being on the trade for only that day, man, you still want to buy something with some time on it. So if you could help it, you don't want to do 0 DTE. Nah, I ain't gonna lie and say I didn't use 0 DTEs to get to the 1K from the $12. Because remember, this count was just recently at $12. Alright, I gotta use the bathroom again. I'll be right back. I'm hoping SPY bounces here, bro. Holding 753. That would be so bullish. Oh, hell yeah. Makes me bullish. Makes me want to buy a call. QQQ's looking decent. Go, go, go. Yeah. I would love to see a little double bottom in the close. That'd be sick as fuck. That would be sick, Spy. Little double bottom in the close. If we could get above 754, we could double bottom. QQQ looks like it wants to push. Dude, this is sick. This is sick. This is sick. This is sick. Okay, if I could, I would buy a SPY call right here for tomorrow. Maybe even to play it heading in the close. If you get the pop here, if you get the pop. I have one SPY call. I'm down on it though, bro. I need SPY to go to 755. Right here would be a perfect entry, I feel like. Unless it dumps, obviously, but it'd probably be fine even if it did pull back some. Okay, Amy's coming back. Thank God, bro. Thank God. Yes. All right, the market's trying to go bullish heading in the close. It's gonna be hard though, because I see that it wants to dump. It's like a fight. Damn, I wish I would have grabbed the SPY call on that dip. I could have let that bitch ride. This one, man. I was about to grab a SPY and a QQQ. I would have made so much a bag, too, off of that fucking John, bro. I was about to go fucking balls deep. Yeah, even the 10-minute MACD is going green a little bit here, man. It's all gonna matter if we can hold this 753, 750, 350 or not. That's what it's gonna come down to. There's just no ifs, ands, or buts about it. So it's gonna be a straight battle. I need a banger play tomorrow, dude. I'm gonna get fucked on the SPY call, maybe. I'm gonna need a banger tomorrow. If I get a chance to exit it out, I will. I think it's bullish, but man, I want to start fresh tomorrow. I want to wait and be patient and just execute on something fire. But if I have this position left over, fuck it. I'll deal with it and do whatever I need to do. I'm gonna find a hitter tomorrow, but I can feel it, dude. If I'm patient, I feel like I'm gonna find a hitter tomorrow. Like something, like a banger, bro. That 225 was good. Like, I need something like that. 225, one trade. Oh, yeah, we're coming down, baby. Coming down. I see that fucking 20 moving average curling down. I see it. Fuckaroo. It's not looking good, Captain. You're gonna have to do some magic tomorrow, buddy. We're still up $600 on the day. Either we get this pump or magic tomorrow, brother. You got two choices, bro, because this call is high, 754. I don't know why I bought such a high strike price. I want like a 753 tops. This SPY call is moving crazy. And that John cost me $211. And it turns into a 0 day tomorrow. Dude, I had a SPY call dated 2 days out, bro. That John still had all day left today. I sold it in the morning, though, for a fat bag, like 100 and something. Holy shit, we made a lot today, dude. I sold 2 SPY calls in the morning for profit. One that turned into a 0 DTE was dated for today, and then the other one was dated for tomorrow. Glad I sold, too. I sold up here. It's a good thing I waited for Apple to go green before I sold it, too. If I would have sold it for a loss, I'd have been mad because it went up so much. I could have definitely made it to green. I did make it to green. That John could have took me to 1,500 though today, man, or higher. Let's go. Come on, baby. I know you're bullish. I know you're bullish. I know it. I know it. Let's get this pump in the close. Let's get this pump in the close. Yeah, look at this. This looks like a bottom, bro. QQQ's gonna try to push. I think even Amy's gonna try to get something. Last couple minutes.
In the case of
Did I turn the ads down?
People living around potential targets such as military bases and chemical plants may be advised to evacuate.
I did not. I am so sorry, guys. I had ads on full blast all day. I'm so sorry. Bro, I'm drinking too much water and coffee, bro, because I got to go to the bathroom again. The markets are trying to push in the close as predicted. They're trying to break their 20s on the 5-minute. That means if you bought a call down where I said you're up, stupid. Well, not up, stupid, but you're up. If SPY does this in IWM, Amy should push. Amy should push in the close. IWM looks like it's going to try to get a pop in the close, too. SPY and QQQ pushing. SPY and QQQ pushing. Let's fucking go, baby. Let's go. Little bit of a double bottom. Bottom one, bottom two. Let's see if we get the pop. Let's see if we can get it. Yes, sir. Guys, please hit the like button. Please hit the like button. We haven't hit our like goal yet. Oh, yeah, we have. Yeah, we have. Yeah, we have. Yeah, we have. Yo, we had 120 super chats. One brand new member. 116 likes, bro. Thank you guys so much. Today was insane, bro. And we might close the day up like $600. We're up 619 right now. We'll see here. We're in a SPY call and we're down 48 bucks. It's moving crazy. I wish I bought it here, dude. I really wish I bought it here. Heading into tomorrow. That would be perfect right here, man. I'm telling you. This one right here. That would be perfect for tomorrow. I might be burnt on this call, but I'll make whatever needs to happen. I honestly think SPY's gonna go back to 755 though. 755, 756. I could see it. I could see a path to SPY going much higher than a lot of people expect. Especially if QQQ recovers, because QQQ is still down a lot from where it started. It started at 724. It's at 716. If QQQ starts going back to 720, 722, 724, that's going to drive SPY higher. And SPY stayed up. So I could see a path for SPY going to 755, 756, 757. You should have sold your call. Were you in the green? If SPY gets the pump, IWM will pump. It'll be the last couple minutes. If it's happening. You're either going to get a pump or a dump, bro. I think pump, but we'll see. You're going to get something crazy heading into close. Bro, you might get an overnight pump, dude. Relax. Danny, relax. It doesn't look that bad. Especially if you're only down a little bit. Yeah, this was like a massive falling wedge on Nvidia. AMD also looked bullish. Intel looks slightly bullish. It's pushing up. That's how I knew QQQ was going to go. Dude, I was 150 to 180 in the red on the 0 DTE down here. Did not sell that bitch. Held that bitch. Brought it all the way back to green. Oh, this might be a bear flag. I see a bear flag on SPY. Fuck. I see it. I see it. I can't unsee it now. This looks like a bear flag, bro. Fuck. It's gonna dump, maybe. Fuck, I can't unsee it. It's sloppy. It's sloppy. But it's still... That's a flag, dude. That's a flag. see the symmetry? That's a flag. It's gonna dump in after hours. Unless we get some type of insane pump, dude. We'd have to get an insane pump. We'd have to break above this orange line. I feel like that's almost impossible. And nothing's impossible. But I can't unsee that, John. QQQ looks a lot better, though. So maybe I'll be wrong. We'll see here in a few minutes. If we can pump all the way up to like... we'd have to get like past that. And hold that. So what's that? 754.25. Just let me get an insane pump so I can sell this call. If not, I'll do whatever I have to do tomorrow to make it back. Might start the day big red or something. Open up big red tomorrow. Yeah, oil's creeping up, stupid. We did get bullish PPI and inflation, and it's way better than we expected. We have housing, retail sale month over month tomorrow, 8 a.m. Nvidia's a monster. Take us higher. Take us higher, Nvidia. Take us higher, Nvidia. God, this thing moves wild. Nvidia moves like a wild horse, bro. My God. Jumping and jiving. If Amy closes at 208, that would be so sick. We might get 205. This doesn't look that bad. How is that a bear? Come on. We should be more volatile than this. Something crazy is gonna happen in the next, like, the last minute. I know this isn't volatile enough for closing. Something crazy's finna happen. Okay. Getting a little bit of a pump here. Why isn't IWM pumping? IWM's been pretty weak. QQQ is definitely moving up. Yeah, this was an inverse head and shoulders. So right here, look. Shoulder, head, shoulders. So if you bought a call here, up. Amy's at 204. Trying to fight for 205. Guys, drop the rockets. What happened to DZ fam? You guys used to drop rockets heading in the close. You guys used to drop rockets heading in the close. What happened? Amy just got the pump, like drop a rocket or two, man. You guys would be spamming rockets heading in the close in the old days. What happened? What happened? We're about to get the 205 close. Come on. Bro's calling for 208. He's calling for 208. Will he get it right? I hope he's right. 206. We're getting close, brother. Yo, he's right. 207. Rockets now. Rockets. Amy 207, Amy 207, Amy 207. Spy pushing up, 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 spy pushing up. Amy 206, Amy 206. Rockets, 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 rockets. 1 minute remaining. 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 Market is closed, 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 market is closed. AMC closed at 206. Closing above 205 support. GameStop 2227. Guys, make sure you hit the like button, subscribe. Hit the like button, subscribe. Drop some rockets. SPY closed at 754.75. QQQ 717.74. IWM 295.81. Guys, thank you so much, man. Today was insane. Over $100 in super chats. Spy looks like it might pump, bro. We close the day. We closed the day up $679, guys. 102% gains. Took the account from 597 straight to 1,347. Yeah, we made $226 off of that. We bought it at $283.05 and sold for $509.92. you, God. I prayed for a big win today. I prayed for a fucking big win today, like a fat win. Thanks, bro. Meta doing right. Good job, bro. You deserve it. You fucking deserve it, brother. You took the risk, you deserve it, because Meta's no joke. Amazon looks good. Nvidia looks good. AMD, I think the market goes fucking bananas like tomorrow, dude. I think the market's finna go fucking crazy. That's what I think. Amy does 210 tomorrow, bro. Amy's about to pump. Look at this fucking uptrend. Amy's gonna pump tomorrow. Amy does 210. They're gonna head for the calls. Is tomorrow Thursday? Yep, they're gonna head for the calls. Amy pumps tomorrow. Especially if SPY rips, bro. If SPY and the market start ripping, Amy pumps. I see a path for SPY 755 plus. So we're gonna give a 755, 756 price target. You're welcome, guys. A few calls dated for tomorrow? That's crazy. You bought multiple meta calls? That's a very scary position. Yeah, just make sure you take profit, bro. If you bought anywhere down here, you've got to be up a lot already. So if you get a big morning pump, bro, get the fuck out. Don't get greedy, man. All right, let's skip this video real quick. AMC is set to pump. AMC earnings catalyst. Plus technical says she's gonna pump. SPY might just blast off. Apple went insane, and we crushed it. I beat the small account challenge. AMC looks primed to pump. I officially feel like I beat the small account challenge. AMC earnings catalyst has it primed to pump. I officially beat the small account challenge. Bro's up 100% already. Why is SPY not pulling back? SPY should definitely be pulling back. This is crazy. I think it's going to pump. I think it's going to gap up again. I think it's going to gap up again, and I think it's going to go to 755, 756. I honestly think it's going to go to like 758, but I don't want to tell people that. Because I don't want people to get too greedy and then get burnt. I think it's going to go to like 757, 758. I really do. As early as tomorrow, which would be insane. I did say new all-time highs, bro. So I'm giving a 755, 756. SPY's going full bullish, dude. It's going to make a new all-time high soon. There's nothing anyone could do to stop it now. You have 3 SPY calls? All right, we officially beat the small account challenge. We officially beat the small account challenge. AMC earnings has it primed to pump, and it changed to 207 close. This thing's about to pump, bro. AMC earnings has it primed to pump. The markets look like they're about to explode, and I officially beat the small account challenge. The hell? do this. All right. AMC earnings has it pumped, prime the pump. AMC earnings has it prime the pump. The markets look like they're about to explode. AMC earnings has it primed the pump. The markets look like they're about to explode. And I officially beat the small account challenge. All right, guys, what is up? You are back for another video. AMC earnings has it primed to pump. The markets look like they're literally about to explode, and I officially beat the small account challenge. Daily outlook prediction, stocks and crypto. Let's go. We're first going to talk about AMC GME meme stocks, then we'll move into SPY in the overall market, and we'll move into cryptocurrency. Skip to where you need to be, but I suggest watching the whole entire video for the full context. Now, we started a small account challenge a few months back, and we had a goal of $1,000. We have officially beaten that goal. Plus, we did an insane day-to-day closing above $1,300. As you guys can see, we had a $600 plus day, over 100% gains. Literally, we closed around $600 yesterday, and we brought the account all the way up, ladies and gentlemen. So if you are interested in this, make sure you guys hit the like button, subscribe, and tune into the live streams for live trading. Now, we're first going to talk about GME, and then we'll talk about AMC. I know everyone wants to know about AMC right now, and it does look decent. So AMC's cost to borrow is going up a lot. It's at 1.50%. Remember, the higher the cost to borrow, the better. We do want to see it higher than 1.5%, but 1.5% is definitely moving in the right direction. Remember, when cost to borrow goes up, price goes up, and you guys can see that. They are still sitting on the 10 million short shares. Now, it does look like this may have been a glitch, but it looks like they dumped them and then got them back, so we do have to be aware of that. And they did go from 10 million down to 8.5 million here and then back to 10 million. But they are sitting on 10 million short shares. What are they waiting for? GME is sitting at 7.8 million short shares available to short, cost of borrow of 0.38%. Now, what are the technicals telling us here for GME? GME is actually tracking with my prediction. I've had this prediction here for the past couple of days. We did get a little bit of pullback. As long as GME is able to stay above 2206, you should see a movement back to the upside. Now, there's a very good chance that GME actually retests 2206, especially if we lose the 2224 support and resistance. If we lose that, we're going to come down for the 2206. I don't think we're going to lose 2206 to $22. I think that's where we'll bounce, and then we'll continue up from there. So no, the GME rally isn't over. Long story short, I still think we are extremely bullish. I think the meme stocks in general are extremely bullish. GME has a ton of things going on with the catalyst, with the acquisitions and potential rumors of becoming a potential holding company. There's a lot of things going on with Teddy.com, eBay, lots of things. If you guys need to catch up on that, check on my previous videos, as we do drop all of that news all the time. And you can also check out my Twitter/X. Now, we also have major news for AMC. The webcast and the earnings, which I will be streaming, is going to be happening on the 20th, July 20th, on Monday, ladies and gentlemen. So coming up this Monday, we're going to have AMC earnings, and most likely they're going to be good. Why? Toy Story, Mario Galaxy, Michael Jackson movie. There's been banger after banger after banger. We also have even more bangers coming. We have the Spider-Man movie, Avengers Doomsday, Odyssey. So many hits are coming out, and the box office is up year over year, and this is very, very good for AMC. AMC is also paying down debt, extending the debt runway, and the earnings last quarter were a lot better, and this quarter potentially looks good as well, and that could send AMC to the upside. It also got an upgrade to $3. Everybody knows AMC is a $3 stock. It's obvious it's trading undervalued at this current time. Now, we also have the gap fill to the upside as well. I do have the August 17th calls that I do think are going to be making it to the gap fill. The gap fill starts at 228 to 272, and it looks like we're headed towards that. I think AMC is actually going to have a decent green day either tomorrow or Friday, because we closed above 205. We closed above $2, in fact. We are at a 207 close. I believe tomorrow, especially if we continue to hold $2, they're going to start hedging for calls, because tomorrow's going to go into Thursday, and then potentially we'll see a little bit more hedging Friday. But I believe it will start around 12 o'clock tomorrow. So we need to check volume. But if you start seeing AMC explode 5, 10, 20%, that's because hedging is occurring for those $2 calls. and the technicals are just mega bullish. Look how we are curling up here on the 20 moving average 4-hour time frame. Green MACD, RSI getting close to overbought, but not overbought yet. You guys can see we broke above the 20 here, used it as support, and got a decent bounce up. So we're in an overall uptrend, making higher highs and higher lows. That is bullish. We broken above key levels. The next key level I'm looking at is 210 and 215. If we're able to break and hold 210, expect a move towards that gap fill pretty rapidly. Remember, I told you guys being above $2 is extremely bullish, and we are now above that before Friday, so the hedging could occur tomorrow, but at latest Friday. So I'm expecting a decent green day potentially tomorrow or Friday, especially if we remain above $2. And from what I can see here, that shouldn't be much a problem. Now, obviously, AMC is heavily manipulated. Anything can happen in the market, so you do want to be aware of that. But from everything we are looking at here on the technicals, AMC is going to have a decent green day again tomorrow or Friday. So I'm bullish on AMC. I have a 210 price target for AMC tomorrow. I think it could potentially go as high as 215 tomorrow. And again, have a decent green day between Thursday or Friday. GME might have a little bit more pullback before it starts to continue to the upside, but I believe GME is going to hold. As long as AMC does not lose $2, we will continue back to the upside. So if we do see a pullback to 205 or $2 tomorrow, do not be worried. It is going to be okay. So that's what we're looking at for AMC. Also, watch the SPY section, because if the market pumps tomorrow, like I'm thinking, there's a lot that has to happen for the market to pump, but it looks very, very bullish. I'm going to break down why. This could definitely help AMC take off. Now, again, in order for the market to pump, you want to watch for these data drops. This isn't going to be as important as PPI. PPI came out bullish and inflation came out bullish. That's why we've seen the rally over the last 2 days and why we could see even more of a rally. Inflation is a lot lower than the market expected. You guys can see PPI came out at 0.3%, negative 0.3%. Now we have retail sales month over month. That does come out at 8:30 a.m., but that's not as important as like inflation or PPI, which is absolutely huge. What we are looking for tomorrow is to see oil remain around 80 or even better, under 80 a barrel. Remember, oil up, SPY down, oil down, SPY up. Keep that in mind, okay? So if oil starts going to like 82, 85, that's going to take this off of the cards and make it a lot harder for SPY and QQQ to pump. Now, SPY did hit my 754 and 755 price target that I gave you guys today. I have a 755 and a 756 target for tomorrow. SPY looks extremely bullish. We were able to play a nasty move to the upside here on QQQ because several stocks showed signs of recovery, so we thought that QQQ would recover. Stocks like NVIDIA, AMD, what else do we have here? NVIDIA, AMD, Intel all showed signs of recovery. Keep an eye on Apple, by the way. This thing absolutely exploded to a brand new all-time high, and it is absolutely insane. It actually stabilized and closed at $327.50, guys. If I would have held my call, I would have made over $1,000. So the day I had could have been even more insane. Keep this on your radar. Keep NVIDIA on your radar as well. NVIDIA looks like it's even more bullish. And again, with these stocks being bullish, like AMD, NVIDIA, Meta, it's going to push the market higher. So QQQ looks like it's going to be moving up. And the fact that QQQ dropped down so much, you guys can see QQQ dropped down a bunch and didn't recover like SPY did. SPY really did a whole V-shaped recovery and basically recovered to its previous highs. There's a path for SPY to go much higher, especially if QQQ starts pushing towards 720, 722, 724. That is going to take SPY to 755, 756, maybe even 757 or higher. I think SPY ultimately soon is going to hit a new all-time high. You guys can see it as green daily MACD, and it's flipping full bullish. The 20 moving average on the daily time frames curling up. I believe a new all-time high is going to be coming here for SPY. I believe once we do hit the new all-time high, you might see a decent correction down, something like this, and we'll continue the range. But overall, I think SPY is going to be heading to the upside for the next couple of days, and I am bullish for tomorrow as well. Watch for the key level of 755.36. If we break above that, you're going to see a nasty pop to the upside. As long as SPY doesn't lose 753.01, so we could come all the way down to 753.01, we will still be bullish. You guys can see we actually retested it here, got a decent bounce, retested 750 during the day. I called this out. I said 750 is going to be a strong support. We got a decent bounce to the upside. Make sure you guys like and subscribe for those live call outs. But overall, I think SPY is going to be moving up. I wouldn't even be surprised if it gapped up a little here. In the morning, if it does gap up, I expect a drop down, retesting some of these levels, and then a movement up. Overall, we are bullish on SPY. So that's what we're looking at for SPY in the overall market. Let's go ahead and move into cryptocurrency. So Bitcoin hit 65K plus today. As you guys can see, Ethereum is tracking perfectly, breaking out and possibly breaking the overall macro downtrend, which is absolutely huge. I believe that crypto is flipping bullish on the macro. So I believe we're starting the bottoming process. I don't think the bottom is fully in just yet. It could be, but I believe crypto in general is starting the bottoming process. I believe that Bitcoin is going to start moving up here soon. You guys can see that's what my prediction's calling for. If we break this sloping support and resistance, that means Bitcoin has ended the downtrend. I'm thinking closer to Q4 2026, but again, I'm not waiting. I'm buying right now and accumulating. Ethereum already broke the downtrend. We have a huge falling wedge here for XRP that's breaking out. Guys, not financial advice. Do not wait. This is the bottom, all right? And we are fully bottoming, and we are about to come out of this and go into a massive bull run heading into 2027, 2028. Not financial advice. Crypto fear and greed telling us that it is still time to buy. Extreme fear in the crypto market. Do the opposite of the herd. Buy the fear, sell the greed. It will keep you profitable on the macro. And then, of course, Bitcoin dominance sitting at 56.3%. Guys, this is your daily outlook and prediction for stocks and crypto. If you found this video informative, hit the like button, subscribe, leave a comment down below. But if you don't do any of that, do this most of all. Make sure you have fun, stay safe, make money. Peace out. All right, y'all, we out. Thank you all who stayed. I appreciate you. Today was amazing. 100 bomb. We got Cash Apps. I don't know why I didn't see that Cash App. And our biggest day ever. What did we close at? $1,327, $660, 98.95%. Holy smokes. $660 day locked in. We did have a $357 loss and a $147 loss, but we locked in the $660. Bro, if we would have held Apple, it could have been a $1,000 day. And we're also, okay, we're not yet there on year to date. We're almost at all-time highs year to date. 304 was our all-time high. We're at 294. But we are profitable for the year to date, which means we made more money trading than we lost. Kai Supreme, thank you for staying. 3189. Tiffany. Peace, family. Thank you so much. Hopefully tomorrow's a good day. Bro, if I would have been able to buy the call here like I wanted. All right, family. I'll see you tomorrow. Friday short stream. Thank you guys for showing love because I am on staycation right now. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Peace. Shout out to anybody who stayed to the end.